Chapter 433. Ad 11. In the depths of the Sky Corpse mountain range. Underground. Bang! A first-level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch, crashing heavily into the cave wall. A huge hole appeared in the cave wall, and a large part of it collapsed. The corpse Dao martial artist was buried by countless rocks. Boom! Just when Yi Xing thought that the corpse path martial artist was dead, there was a loud explosion and a large number of rocks shot towards him. The corpse Dao martial artist rushed out from the pile of rocks again. The corpse Dao martial artist's face was pale, and his clothes were tattered. His exposed skin emitted a dim light. Yi Xing's punch earlier had already broken one of his arms and caused cracks to appear on his body. However, he was still as lively as a dragon or a tiger. Whoosh! A sword light flashed, and the corpse Dao martial artist's head flew up. Yang Gang put away the upper-grade spiritual weapon in his hand and said, "Not only are corpse Dao martial artists strong, but they are also living dead. They can move no matter how heavily injured they are, but their bodies are still controlled by their consciousness. You can kill them by cutting off their heads or destroying their minds." Yi Xing glanced at the sword in Yang Gang's hand and said, "I didn't expect your sword skills to be so powerful." Yang Gang smiled faintly and said, "Every martial artist doesn't just practice one set of martial arts. They always have something up their sleeves." In other words, Yang Gang's sword skills were not inferior to Palm's skills, and might even be better. Yi Xing nodded in agreement. His gaze shifted to a corpse jade on the stone wall at the end of the hall and said, "It took us 3 days to find the first corpse jade. Unfortunately, it's only a 6th grade spiritual grade jade, and it has no effect on our cultivation." A 6th grade spiritual grade jade was a middle grade spiritual grade jade, corresponding to the 5th level to the 9th level astral vortex realm. It was an excellent treasure for a 9-star martial saint. However, Yi Xing and Yang Gang were both astral realm sages, and they needed a high-grade spiritual grade jade. Yang Gang said, "The price of a 6th grade spirit grade corpse jade is also not cheap. It can be exchanged for tens of thousands of star crystals. We can earn back some of the pill money." Yang Gang stepped forward and took the 6th rank spirit grade corpse jade, saying, "Let's continue to search." Corpse jades are usually gathered in the caves of Feng Shui treasured lands. If we can find the first corpse jade, we may find the second one. On the 4th day, the two of them found another corpse jade, but it was only a 5th grade spiritual grade. The corpse martial artist guarding it was still at the first level of the astral realm, so the two of them easily killed him. Although this area was famous for producing high-grade spirit-level corpse jades, most of them were middle-grade spirit-level corpse jades. Just like the area that produced top-grade spirit-level corpse jades, most of them were high-grade spirit-level corpse jades. However, this area had good feng shui. Most of the corpse jades could be upgraded to spiritual high-grade by absorbing the power of stars. Therefore, the corpse martial artists guarding the area were basically at Astral Gang realm. Another 2 days passed. On the 6th day, the two of them found another corpse jade. It was of the 6th rank of the spirit grade, still of the middle rank of the spirit grade. However, the corpse Dao martial artist guarding the corpse jade was at the 3rd level of the astral realm. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, Yang Gang's sword cut through the corpse Dao martial artist's neck. In an instant, sparks flew. When the high-grade spirit weapon sword collided with the corpse Dao martial artist's neck, the sound of metal clashing rang out. When the sparks disappeared, the corpse Dao martial artist's eyes were filled with ferocity. With a roar, he crossed his arms and pounced at Yang Gang like lightning. The last 2 times, Yang Gang had beheaded the first level of the astral realm corpse Dao martial artist with a single strike. But this time, Yang Gang's sword only cut through a third of the corpse Dao martial artist's neck. Corpse Dao martial artists had sturdy bodies. The higher their cultivation, the stronger their bodies would be. The 3rd level of the astral realm was much stronger than the 1st level of the astral realm. Die! As the corpse Dao martial artist pounced at Yang Gang, Yi Xing coldly shouted. He raised the black dragon spear in his hand and thrust it forward. Dark spear light burst out. Dark spirit spear art, spiritual flash. The spear light arrived, the spear tip arrived. The dark spirit spear instantly pierced through the corpse down martial artist's forehead. Yi Xing's spear had a great penetrating power. Most of the spear tip sank into the corpse down martial artist's head and the spear tip came out from the back. The corpse down martial artist's head was instantly pierced to pieces. The corpse down martial artist died. The black dragon spear shook and instantly withdrew. The corpse down martial artist fell to the ground, dead. Yi Xing said, "What a sturdy body. In terms of strength, it's even better than mine. If it was a 4th level astral realm corpse down martial artist, I might not have been able to kill him." Yang Gang took the 6th grade spirit level corpse jade and said, "Fortunately, we can even kill a 4th level astral realm corpse down martial artist. If it was a 5th level astral realm corpse down martial artist, we wouldn't have been able to kill him." Yi Xing said, "We have 2 people. One of us can attack the corpse down martial artist and draw him away for a while. The other can take advantage of this to seize the corpse jade. Even if it was a 5th level astral realm corpse down martial artist, we still have a chance of obtaining a corpse jade." In 6 days, they had obtained 3 corpse jades. This was quite good, but unfortunately, they were all medium-grade spirit level. But the 2 of them hadn't encountered any danger and had easily obtained 3 corpse jades. In terms of safety, this was quite good. For the next 3 days, the 2 of them still hadn't found any corpse jades. On the 10th day, the 2 of them found an 8th grade spirit level corpse jade. The corpse jade's star power fluctuations were strong. As long as one approached a certain range, they would be able to sense its grade. An 8th grade spirit level corpse jade had a great effect on their cultivation. The 2 of them were overjoyed. An 8th grade spirit level corpse jade corresponded to a 3-star or 4-star sage. Since the corpse down martial artist hadn't absorbed the corpse jade, it could be seen that the corpse down martial artist's cultivation was at least 5th level astral realm. The corners of Yi Xing and Yang Gang's lips curled up. They were in a good mood. If it was a 5th or 6th level astral realm corpse down martial artist, one of them could draw him away while the other took the corpse jade. However, when the 2 of them arrived at the cavern where the corpse jade was, their expressions changed greatly. The corpse down martial artist guarding the corpse jade was actually at 7th level astral realm. 7th level astral realm was the peak of corpse down martial artists. When the corpse down martial artist's aura erupted, Yi Xing and Yang Gang's hearts trembled. "Retreat!" The 2 of them shouted at the same time. The moment the corpse down martial artist's aura erupted, they quickly retreated. In terms of speed, Yi Xing was faster than Yang Gang, so he retreated even faster. Whoosh! The corpse down martial artist took a step forward and stepped out of the cavern. His speed was even faster than Yi Xing's, and he caught up with Yang Gang in the blink of an eye. The corpse down martial artist opened his 5 fingers. His 5 black fingernails were like 5 sharp blades that exploded with astral light. The claw pressed down and clawed at Yang Gang's head. Yang Gang was horrified. He put away the upper-grade spiritual weapon in his hand and raised his palms to the sky. Big Dipper Palm, Astral Suppression. A dazzling astral light chi shield immediately enveloped Yang Gang. In terms of attack power, Yang Gang's sword technique was better than his palm technique. In terms of defense, this move, Astral Suppression, had reached the pinnacle. With the astral light chi shield covering his entire body, ordinary attacks were almost impenetrable. However, the claw of the corpse down martial artist wasn't an ordinary attack. It was equivalent to the full-strength attack of a 7th level astral realm master. The claw clawed at the astral light chi shield, and the sturdy astral light chi shield was broken like tofu. The 5 black fingernails were like sharp blades and instantly clawed at Yang Gang. Fortunately, Yang Gang knew that he couldn't block this move. As he blocked, he tilted his head and dodged to the side. The claw of the corpse down martial artist didn't hit Yang Gang's head, but the claw deeply grasped Yang Gang's shoulder. Yang Gang instantly let out a scream. He couldn't move as the corpse down martial artist clasped his hand. The difference in strength between them was too great. Yang Gang couldn't even block one move. The corpse Dao martial artist clasped Yang Gang's shoulder with one hand and chuckled. His other hand clawed at Yang Gang's head again. Yang Gang's eyes were instantly filled with despair. At this moment, the sex experts weren't by his side. There was only Yi Xing by his side, and his opponent was a corpse Dao martial artist who was equivalent to a 7th-level astral realm. Who could save him? Yang Gang closed his eyes, thinking that he was going to die. At the same time, he roared, "Run!" Just as Yang Gang roared, he immediately sensed another terrifying power pouncing toward him, causing him to be startled. Sun Flame Spear Art, chasing the sun. Yi Xing used the fire astral form and erupted his strength to the limit. He attacked with his spear. This spear was even faster than lightning. In an instant, it had arrived in front of the corpse Dao martial artist, which was beyond his expectations. Clang! With a loud explosion, the spear tip pierced the corpse Dao martial artist's body. There was a loud sound of metal clashing, and sparks flew. Such a terrifying spear didn't cause much damage to the corpse Dao martial artist. It only left a shallow mark. A 7th-level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist's body was almost as sturdy as a high-grade spiritual weapon. Although the spear tip didn't penetrate the corpse Dao martial artist's body, the power of Yi Xing's spear was terrifying. The corpse Dao martial artist couldn't bear the force of the spear and immediately retreated a few steps. As the corpse Dao martial artist retreated, he stared fiercely at Yi Xing. The claw that was originally going for Yang Gang's head was immediately swung at Yi Xing. The 5 fingernails slashed out 5 streaks of black astral light that instantly flashed across Yi Xing's body, leaving behind 5 claw marks. Yi Xing felt a heart-wrenching pain. At this moment, Yi Xing didn't have time to think. Taking advantage of the corpse Dao martial artist's retreat, he grabbed Yang Gang. The azure cloud wings appeared on his back, and he quickly escaped like a ray of light. Boom! There was an explosion behind him. The corpse Dao martial artist had caught up and clawed a huge hole in the cave wall. If Yi Xing was half a beat slower, he would have been caught by the claw. Both he and Yang Gang would have been slammed into the cave wall and died. Flapping the azure cloud wings, Yi Xing pushed his speed to the limit and shuttled through the cave. The corpse Dao martial artist chased for a while but couldn't catch up in the end. He was worried that the corpse jade would be stolen, so he could only let out an unwilling roar and give up the chase. Yi Xing ran for a while and only stopped when he was sure that the corpse Dao martial artist wasn't chasing after him. The 5 claw marks on his chest were already rotten and emitted a foul smell. Yi Xing immediately took a high-grade spiritual level detoxification spirit pill and a mid-grade spiritual level healing spirit pill. He looked at Yang Gang. Yang Gang was poisoned more deeply than him. His body was already black. Chapter 434. The 8th day has been changed to the 6th day, and the 12th day has been changed to the 10th day. Yi Xing immediately took out a spirit-level high-grade detoxification spirit pill and fed it to Yang Gang. Yi Xing wasn't deeply poisoned. After taking a spirit-level high-grade detoxification spirit pill, the 5 claw marks on his chest quickly faded away. His injuries weren't serious. A spirit-level mid-grade healing spirit pill was enough for him to recover quickly. Yang Gang's corpse poison was much more serious than Yi Xing's. After taking a mid-grade detoxification spirit pill, although his complexion improved, it was still full of black gas. Seeing this, Yi Xing took out a spirit-level high-grade detoxification spirit pill and a healing spirit pill and fed them to Yang Gang. Spirit-level high-grade detoxification and healing spirit pills were worth 200,000 star crystals each. Yang Gang ate 3 of them in one go. The black gas on his body finally faded away, and his injuries quickly recovered. "I didn't expect you to come and save me. I didn't expect you to save me from a 7th-level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist. Thank you." The corpse poison in Yang Gang's body weakened. He woke up from his nearly unconscious state and thanked Yi Xing. There was surprise in his voice. Yi Xing patted Yang Gang's shoulder and said, "We're companions. How can I not save you? Since I dared to help, I naturally had a lot of confidence. If there was no hope, I wouldn't have rushed to my death. You're deeply poisoned, and your injuries are more serious. It'll be difficult for you to recover in a short time. First, circulate your qi and adjust your breathing. Yang Gang nodded and closed his eyes to circulate his qi. The remaining poison was difficult to expel. It took more than a day for Yang Gang to completely expel the remaining corpse poison in his body and fully recover from his injuries. The two changed to another area and continued to search for corpse jades. After experiencing danger, the two of them were much more vigilant. One day later, the two of them found another spirit-level mid-grade corpse jade. It was only a 4th-grade spirit-level corpse Dao martial artist guarding it was a 9th-level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist. A spirit-level mid-grade corpse jade. It's not bad for our sect's disciples to cultivate. Although the spirit-level mid-grade corpse jade had no effect on Yixing and Yang Gang's cultivation, the two of them didn't mind. The 9th-level Star Vortex Realm Corpse Dao martial artist was easily killed by the two of them, and his 4th-level Spirit-grade Corpse Jade was taken away. On the 15th day, half a month after the two left Wu City, they finally welcomed their first big harves. The Spirit-level Corpse Dao martial artist guarding the Corpse Dao martial artist was a 4th-level Astral Realm Corpse Dao martial artist. Corpse Jades were Spirit-level high-grade, and were very useful for their cultivation. Moreover, the two of them could deal with the Corpse Dao martial artists guarding them. Moon break moon. The sword light slashed out, the light was resplendent, like a crescent moon, revealing a sharp and terrifying aura. The Corpse Dao martial artist struck out with his palms, shattering the sword aura. The two high-grade spirit weapon swords collided with each other, emitting a crisp sound. Two sword marks appeared on the Corpse Dao martial artist's hands. Black blood flowed out, but these were only superficial wounds. The Corpse Dao martial artist didn't feel pain. He shot forward towards Yang Gang, his palms striking out again and again. Bang bang bang, even though Yang Gang had used his astrology, he was still forced back by the Corpse Dao martial artist's attacks. After all, the Corpse Dao martial artist could withstand Yang Gang's attacks, but Yang Gang didn't dare to be hit by the Corpse Dao martial artist. Sunflame Spear Art, Incinerate. Yixing used his flame astral avatar. The black dragon spear swallowed flames as it thrust out. The violent flame energy condensed into a mass of astral light from the spear tip. When it struck the Corpse Dao martial artist, it suddenly exploded, shaking the heavens. The Corpse Dao martial artist was sent flying by Yixing's spear. The terrifying strength caused the Corpse Dao martial artist's chest to cave in. Bang! The Corpse Dao martial artist smashed into the cave wall. With a loud bang, rubble flew everywhere and the ceiling caved in. A massive amount of earth and stone fell down, burying the Corpse Dao martial artist. Yixing was experienced enough to know that the Corpse Dao martial artist wouldn't be killed so easily. The super brain immediately scanned the position of the Corpse Dao martial artist and shot out another spear strike. Sunflame Spear Art, Chasing Sun. As this spear thrust out, the spear light drew out a dazzling white light that instantly pierced into the earth and stone. Yixing's spear point accurately pierced through the Corpse Dao martial artist's head, piercing through his mind and killing him. The black dragon spear flicked up and the Corpse Dao martial artist's corpse was lifted up. With a flick of the spear point, the corpse was flung away. Yixing took back the black dragon spear. He looked at the 7th grade spirit level corpse jade and smiled. This was his true harvest. Yang Gang took down the 7th rank spirit level corpse jade and said, "An 8th rank spirit level corpse jade is the best for my cultivation. You are a 2-star enlightened being, so a 7th rank spirit level corpse jade is suitable for your cultivation." Yixing faintly smiled, not speaking. The cultivation method inheritance he practiced was the top grade spirit level falling star art and he had already cultivated it to the 3rd level. Although his cultivation was lower than Yang Gang's by 2 boundaries, the intensity of his astral stars was no worse than Yang Gang's. For Yixing, only corpse jades of the 8th grade of the spirit grade and above would have the greatest effect on his cultivation. a 7th grade spirit level corpse jade's effect was a bit worse. If he only needed 2 8th grade spirit level corpse jades to make a breakthrough in Yixing's cultivation, then a 7th grade spirit level corpse jade would require at least 6. In the following time, Yixing and Yang Gang continued to search for corpse jades. Most of the time, they found middle grade spirit level corpse jades, but occasionally they would find upper grade spirit level corpse jades. The guardians of upper grade spirit level corpse jades usually had high cultivation. The two had learned their lesson from the 7th level astral realm corpse martial artist. Whenever they found upper grade spirit level corpse jades, Yixing would be the vanguard. Once the corpse martial artist was too strong, Yixing could escape immediately with the azure cloud wings. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the two had stayed in the depths of the heavenly corpse mountain range for more than a month and a half. In this month and a half, the two had a good harvest. In total, they had found 3 7th grade spirit level corpse jades, 6 6th grade spirit level corpse jades, 4 5th grade spirit level corpse jades, and 5 4th grade spirit level corpse jades. In addition, they had encountered other martial artist teams looking for corpse jades twice. The teams they met for the first time all changed their direction when they saw each other from afar, avoiding direct contact. The purpose of the teams in the heavenly corpse mountain range was to find corpse jades. Since they had stayed for a long time, they would more or less have corpse jades on them. If different teams met, it was easy to kill and rob. Yixing and Yang Gang were afraid of the first team, so they naturally changed their direction from afar and avoided direct contact. However, the second team they met went straight for Yixing and Yang Gang. There were a total of 5 people in the team. 2 4-star Venerable Masters, 1 3-star Venerable Master, and 2 2-star Venerable Masters. Compared to Yixing and Yang Gang, who had 1 2-star Venerable Master and 1 4-star Venerable Master, they looked much stronger. Yixing and Yang Gang changed their direction when they saw the other team from afar, but the other team chased after them. Their purpose was obvious. The other team wanted to kill Yixing and Yang Gang and take away their treasures. The end result was obvious. The 5 of them were all killed by Yixing and Yang Gang. Unfortunately, this team should have just entered the Heavenly Corpse mountain range not long ago, so they didn't have many corpse jades. They only had 1 6th grade spirit level corpse jade. The 2 of them got a lot of elixirs to make up for the elixirs they had consumed before, and 2 middle grade storage rings. One day after a month and a half, Yixing and Yang Gang found an 8th grade spirit level corpse jade again. While they were surprised, they were also extra vigilant. The last time they found an 8th grade spirit level corpse jade, they encountered a 7th level astral realm corpse martial artist. The 2 of them suffered heavy losses, and Yang Gang almost lost his life. Yang Gang stayed in the same place, while Yixing used the dark aura of the hyperfocus realm to cover his body and hide his aura. He quietly approached the hall where the corpse jade was. Soon, Yixing came back with a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. He said, "We're really lucky this time. The corpse martial artist guarding the 8th grade spirit grade corpse jade is at the 5th level of the astral realm." Yang Gang's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Hee hee. We can finally get our first 8th grade spirit level corpse jade." Yixing pointed to a cave and said, "You go there and hide. I'll lure the corpse martial artist away, and then you go and get the corpse jade. Go around the cave and we'll meet at the entrance." Attracting the corpse martial artist was a dangerous move, but Yixing was fast. Of course, Yixing would do it. If Yang Gang went to attract the corpse martial artist, he wouldn't be able to get away. Yang Gang nodded and walked to the cave to hide. Yixing still used the dark aura to hide his aura and moved forward quietly. A 5th level astral realm corpse martial artist was obviously not as sensitive as a 7th level astral realm corpse martial artist. Yixing came up quietly, so the corpse martial artist didn't notice Yixing's arrival. Yixing took out the startling sky bow and purple gold arrow from afar and aimed at the corpse martial artist. "Draw the bow and shoot. Fire arrow art, burning arrow." Whoosh. The arrow pierced through the air with the burning fire of death and instantly shot between the corpse martial artist's eyebrows. Clank, a crisp sound like metal clashing rang out. The arrow nailed into the corpse martial artist's head, but it only went in about an inch. The corpse martial artist screamed. Obviously, the arrow had damaged the corpse martial artist's brain, but because it didn't go in deep enough, the corpse martial artist wasn't seriously injured. While screaming, the corpse martial artist grabbed and pulled out the purple gold arrow. His figure shot toward Yixing like lightning. After shooting the arrow, Yixing saw that the arrow had only penetrated 1 inch into the corpse martial artist's body. He knew that the corpse martial artist was lightly injured. He was surprised by the sturdiness of the corpse martial artist's body, so he immediately retreated. The azure cloud wings appeared behind Yixing. Yixing's speed was extremely fast. In order to avoid the corpse martial artist giving up on chasing after him, Yixing deliberately controlled his speed so that he was only a little faster than the corpse martial artist. He also shot an arrow behind him from time to time. The corpse martial artist was furious. He screamed and chased after Yixing. Soon, he was far away from the corpse jade's cave. Yang Gang walked out from another cave and quickly went to the corpse jade's cave to take the 8th level spirit grade corpse jade. The corpse path martial artist who was chasing Yixing suddenly let out an angry roar as he realized that the corpse jade had been stolen. He immediately gave up on chasing Yixing and rushed back. Chapter 435. As Yixing saw this, how could he allow the corpse path martial artist to chase after Yang Gang? He immediately chased after the corpse path martial artist. Sunflame's spear art, chasing sun. With a flap of his azure cloud wings, Yixing's speed was like a bolt of lightning. He caught up to the corpse path martial artist and thrust out his spear. Clang, with the sound of metal striking metal, the corpse path martial artist was sent flying away by Yixing's spear. The corpse path martial artist was enraged. Just as he crashed into the cave wall and rocks were still falling down, he had already launched a counterattack at Yixing. Yixing was faster than him. If he didn't deal with Yixing, he wouldn't be able to chase after the other person who stole the corpse jade. Instead, he would be treated as a live target by Yixing. Although the corpse path martial artist's mortal body was tough and their defensive power was formidable, Yixing's striking power wasn't weak either. If Yixing continued attacking, the corpse path martial artist would surely die. Facing the corpse path martial artist's onslaught, Yixing grasped his spear and fiercely thrust it down. The longer it was, the stronger it was. Yixing used the black dragon spear to fight the corpse path martial artist. It wasn't easy for the corpse path martial artist to approach Yixing's body. Yixing completely erupted with his strength. His mortal body was displayed to the limit. Beneath the flame astral phenomenon, he was able to fight evenly with 5-star sage Yang Ba. The corpse path martial artist's defensive power and striking power were superior to Yang Ba's. But, his agility was slightly inferior. As for speed, that was Yixing's strong point. Yixing used his speed to fiercely battle the corpse path martial artist. Although he was at a disadvantage, he didn't lose. For a time, the corpse path martial artist wasn't able to do anything to Yixing. This caused the corpse path martial artist to anxiously roar out again and again. He wanted to chase down the person who stole the corpse jade, but he was entangled by Yixing and couldn't leave. If he ignored Yixing, then with Yixing's speed, it would be impossible for the corpse path martial artist to throw Yixing off. Thus, even though he couldn't do anything to Yixing, the corpse path martial artist could only desperately attack Yixing with everything he had. Peng 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 peng, peng 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 peng, the black dragon spear constantly collided with the corpse path martial artist's claws, causing loud explosions to ring out. Yixing's hands were numb from the vibrations, but he was always able to block the corpse path martial artist's attacks. The battle between the two of them grew longer and longer, and soon, they had exchanged over 100 moves. Yixing reckoned that Yang Gang should have already circled to the entrance of the cave from the other side, and used his incineration to force back the corpse path martial artist with all his might. Then, the azure cloud wings appeared behind him, and he flew towards the entrance of the cave at full speed. How could the corpse path martial artist give up when an 8th grade spirit level corpse jade was stolen? He roared out again and again as he chased after Lin Ming. Yi Xing's speed was fast. It didn't take long before he arrived at the entrance. As he left the cave, he saw Yang Gang waiting on the back of the silver-winged demon eagle. Yi Xing flew onto the silver-winged demon eagle's back. He shouted, "Let's go. That corpse path martial artist is chasing after us. We have to go to a sunny area and throw him off." In the heavenly corpse mountain range, most areas were covered in dark clouds and the Yin energy was heavy. But there were still areas where sunlight could be seen. These areas were forbidden zones for corpse path martial artists. After wandering through this area for over a month, the two of them were very familiar with where there was sunlight. Under Yi Xing's orders, the silver-winged demon eagle soared into the skies and flew towards a sunny area. The silver-winged demon eagle flew for over 10 miles before the corpse path martial artist chased after it. Corpse path martial artists had strong bodies. They didn't cultivate astral energy and couldn't use astral energy to condense wings to fly. However, their speed wasn't slow. The corpse path martial artist leaped several hundred meters from the ground, reaching the silver-winged demon eagle's flying height. He chased after the silver-winged demon eagle. He leaped over 1,000 meters. His body broke through the speed of sound, and the sound of space shattering could be heard. If the corpse jade hadn't been taken away, the corpse path martial artist wouldn't have chased them too far. However, the corpse jade was already in their hands. The corpse path martial artist naturally wouldn't give up. Even though Yang Gang had already stored the corpse jade in his storage ring and its aura couldn't leak out, the corpse jade's aura still lingered on his body. The corpse path martial artist had already set his sights on Yi Xing and Yang Gang. If he didn't kill them and take back the corpse jade, he wouldn't give up. Unless the two of them could escape to a place where the corpse path martial artist couldn't go. There was a sunny area 100 miles away. With the silver-winged demon eagle's speed, it wouldn't take long for them to reach it. Soon, the silver-winged demon eagle carried Yi Xing and Yang Gang to the edge of the sunny area. The sun shone on the ground, and the Yin Qi retreated. The silver-winged demon eagle immediately flew into the sunlight and landed at the edge. The corpse path martial artist chased after them. However, he stopped at the edge of the area covered by Yin Qi. His eyes revealed a fierce glint as he looked at Yi Xing and Yang Gang on the silver-winged demon eagle. He was filled with unwillingness and anger as he let out a low roar. Yang Gang let out a long sigh and said, "We finally escaped this calamity. This corpse path martial artist really has perseverance. Even now, he still hasn't given up." Yi Xing glanced at the corpse path martial artist and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to look at a nearby mountain ridge and frowned. Yi Xing said, "There seems to be other martial artists over there." Yi Xing's perception was sharp. He sensed some faintly discernible auras. Yang Gang immediately looked at the small mountain ridge. Yang Gang's perception wasn't as strong as Yi Xing's. He didn't sense any martial artist's aura. He asked, "Is there really someone?" Yi Xing had already scanned the area with his super brain. After confirming that there was someone, he said, "There really is someone. Let's leave this place." Yi Xing was about to let the silver-winged demon eagle fly into the depths of the sunny area when laughter came from behind the mountain ridge. A mere 2-star sage has such sharp perception. Not bad. As the laughter rang out, 2 cultivators leaped up from the back of the mountain ridge and landed on it. The 2 martial artists released their auras. They were both 6-star sages. The 2 6-star sages stood on the left and right like guards. Then, a young martial artist walked out from behind the mountain ridge. Beside him was a black-clothed woman. The young martial artist wore a black robe with dragon patterns. He was the 9th prince of the Azure Dragon Empire, Long Shao. The black-clothed woman beside him had a palm-sized gap in front of her chest, revealing 2 snow-white hemispheres. She was the Black Widow. Other than the Black Widow, the 9th Prince Long Shao was a 5-star sage. The other 2 martial artists were 6-star sages. This was a very powerful team. Yi Xing and Yang Gang couldn't compete with them. Moreover, Yi Xing vaguely sensed that there seemed to be an even more powerful martial artist hiding nearby. Obviously, someone was secretly protecting Long Xiao. Yi Xing and Yang Gang were surprised. They were also a little depressed. In Wu City, it was fine to meet an expert. However, in the depths of the Sky Corp's mountain range, it was definitely not a good thing to meet a powerful team. The super brain scanning range was limited. The four of them were behind the mountain ridge. Yi Xing couldn't penetrate the entire ridge. He only scanned a blurry figure at the edge. He didn't expect there to be a total of 4 people, and they were so powerful. Long Zhao's gaze was arrogant as he looked at Yi Xing and Yang Gang with interest. They were blocking the path of the silver-winged demonic condor to the sunlit area. Yi Xing didn't know what the other party was up to, so he didn't let the silver-winged demonic condor rashly fly over them. Yang Gang bowed to Long Xiao and said, "True Xian region's heavenly dipper sect disciple Yang Gang greets His Highness, the 9th Prince of the Azure Dragon Empire." Long Xiao smiled faintly. His gaze fell on Yi Xing as he said, "Is the person beside you mute?" Yang Gang tugged at Yi Xing's sleeve and said with quintessential sound transmission, "Don't anger them. Otherwise, we won't have a good ending." Yi Xing smiled faintly and nodded to Long Xiao, saying, "Nice to meet you, young Master Long." Yi Xing knew in his heart that whether there was a good ending or not didn't depend on whether the other party was angry or not. It depended on whether the other party had evil intentions. If Long Xiao didn't have any ideas about the two of them, why would he show up to stop them? Since he had already shown up to stop them, then the result was already destined to be bad. Yi Xing didn't need to bow in front of Long Xiao. The smile on Long Xiao's face froze. "Young Master Long?" Since childhood, which cultivator didn't respectfully call him His Highness, the 9th Prince? Today, someone actually called him Young Master Long? Yang Gang was also startled. Yi Xing glanced at him and said, "They don't have good intentions. Even if you kneel in front of them, they will still do whatever they want to do. Later, if they want to attack us, I will immediately take you and escape. They won't be able to catch up." Yang Gang wasn't stupid. He also understood after hearing Yi Xing's words. What Yi Xing said was right. The other party obviously didn't have good intentions in stopping them. In the depths of the Heavenly Corpse mountain range, if the other party didn't have good intentions, begging for mercy would be useless, let alone just bowing his head. Thinking like this, Yang Gang straightened his back a little. Long Xiao looked down at Yi Xing from above and sneered, "I am the 9th Prince of the Long Empire. You dare to call me Young Master Long?" Yi Xing looked straight at Long Xiao and said, "What does the 9th Prince of the Long Empire have to do with me? I am not a subject of the Long Empire. The world is very big. Is the 9th Prince of the Long Empire that great?" Long Xiao's face suddenly became gloomy. However, Yi Xing didn't stop and continued, "If you were a prince of the great Yuan dynasty, I would definitely respectfully call you Your Highness, but you don't deserve it. If I respect you, I will call you Young Master Long. If I don't respect you, you are just someone with the surname Long." Yang Gang looked at Yi Xing in surprise. Although he had straightened his back now, he still didn't dare to talk to Yi Xing like this. He couldn't help but admire Yi Xing's courage. "How dare you, bastard!" The 2 6-star sage beside Long Xiao shouted at the same time. One of them continued to shout, "How dare you talk to His Highness the 9th Prince like this? Are you tired of living?" On the side, Black Widow also looked at Yi Xing in surprise. She felt that Yi Xing looked familiar, especially his voice. However, she couldn't recall it at the moment. Long Xiao raised his hand and stopped the 2 6-star sage. He said, "I am magnanimous and extraordinary. I will not lower myself to the same level as you ants. Hand over your corpse jades and I will spare your lives." Although the Long Empire was rich, corpse jades were useful to every martial artist. Most martial artists found them and used them for themselves. There were very few circulating on the market. Even though Long Xiao was a prince of the empire, he still lacked corpse jades. Yi Xing heard this and sneered. His foxtail was exposed. Are there any more monthly tickets? Chapter 436. Yang Gang's face was also filled with anger at this moment. Their corpse jades were obtained after spending a lot of time, energy, pills, and going through life and death dangers. Now, Long Shao wanted them to hand over all their corpse jades with just one sentence. Was this still considered broad-minded and extraordinary? Yang Gang said coldly, Long Shao, you're a prince of the empire, but you're so narrow-minded. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed for your actions? Long Zhao's face turned cold as he shouted, I'm broad-minded and extraordinary. How dare you slander my broad-mindedness? As a prince, Long Shao had been educated since he was young that as a prince, he had to be broad-minded and extraordinary in order to be supported by his subjects. The world of martial artists was ruled by absolute force. The Long family could become the royal family of the Blue Dragon Empire because of their strength, not because they were supported by other martial artists. However, after being in a high position, there were no competitors and no pleasure in defeating opponents. Then, the way to obtain pleasure was to be supported by his subjects. As a royal family, the Long family loved to hear martial artists from other forces praising the greatness of the Long family. Therefore, in the Long family, being supported by his subjects was a very happy thing. This was especially true for emperors and princes who pursued this kind of spiritual pleasure. Therefore, in the education they received, how to be supported by their subjects was a very important lesson. To do this, they had to have some qualities, such as broad-mindedness, extraordinary bearing, and so on. These were called the spirit of the royal family and the virtues of the royal family. Only with this kind of spirit and virtue could one be qualified to be a member of the royal family and be supported by the people. However, in reality, there was a more realistic education in their lives. They all knew in their hearts what the Long family relied on to rule the Blue Dragon Empire. The spirit of the royal family and the virtues of the royal family were just a kind of spiritual pursuit. They could not be taken seriously. Only strength mattered. Although Long Shao always talked about being broad-minded and extraordinary, this was only for his own reputation. He knew his true thoughts very well, and some people with bright eyes also knew very well. After Long Shao shouted with a cold face, he sighed and waved his hand at Yang Gang and Yi Xing, saying, Don't worry. If you don't believe that this prince is open-minded, then this prince will show you. If you don't want to hand over the corpse jade, then so be it. You can leave. Long Shao waved his hand behind Yi Xing and Yang Gang. Behind the two of them was an area shrouded in yin qi. The 5th-level astral realm corpse martial artist was still eyeing covetously. Long Shao put it nicely. However, what he meant was that if Shao Chun did not hand over the corpse jade, he should not stay in the sunny area and stay with the corpse Dao cultivators. This corpse Dao martial artist had chased after the two of them the entire way. If Yi Xing and Yang Gang had left the sunlight area, wouldn't he have immediately killed his way over? The viciousness in Long Zhao's heart was evident. In Long Zhao's opinion, Yi Xing and Yang Gang were definitely not a match for a 5th-level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist. After the corpse Dao martial artist killed the two of them, he would send someone to kill the corpse Dao martial artist. The corpse jades and everything on them would naturally belong to Long Shao. Seeing that Long Shao had allowed Yi Xing and Yang Gang to leave, the two 6-stars perfected persons said in unison, Your Highness, the 9th Prince, these two people spoke rudely to Your Highness without any respect. How can Your Highness be so magnanimous and spare them? Long Zhao's face was full of smiles. These two 6-stars venerable masters were really good at talking. This was the effect he wanted. He listened happily in his heart. Long Shao waved his hand and said, This prince is broad-minded and extraordinary. How can I lower myself to their level? The two 6-stars venerable masters said in unison, Your Highness is kind. Looking at the other party's performance, Yi Xing was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. Yang Gang suppressed the anger in his heart and said, If the 9th prince is really broad-minded and extraordinary, then let us move forward instead of forcing us to fall into the hands of the corpse Dao martial artist. Long Shao shook his head and sighed. Ants. always greedy and insatiable. Give an inch and you want a mile. As he spoke, his expression turned solemn as he said coldly, you only have two choices. Either you hand over the corpse jade, or... Long Shao did not say the second choice, but the hand gesture he waved conveyed his meaning. He wanted the two to leave the sunlight area. In his opinion, Yixing and Yang Gang had no other choice. If they left the sunlight area, they would definitely die. Thus, they could either hand over the corpse jade and beg him to let them live, or leave and die at the hands of the corpse Dao martial artist. Then, he would collect their corpses. Yang Gang sent a voice transmission to Yixing. It looks like I can only use my trump card to destroy this corpse Dao martial artist who is chasing us relentlessly. Yang Gang's meaning was very clear. Of course, it was impossible for them to hand over the corpse jade. They chose to leave. Yang Gang's gaze was like a sword as he stared at Long Shao and said, we choose to leave. Long Shao, you have to keep your word and not make things difficult for us. Long Shao chuckled and said, what kind of status does this prince have? Of course, I will keep my word. Good. Let's go. Yang Gang nodded to Yixing. Yixing had the silver-winged demonic condor turn around and fly into the area enveloped by Yin Qi. Corpse Dao martial artists were not afraid of death. Long Shao and the others were at the side, so they did not scare the corpse Dao martial artist away. When the silver-winged demonic condor flew into the area enveloped by Yin Qi, the corpse Dao martial artist shouted and pounced at the silver-winged demonic condor in the air as fast as lightning. Die! Yang Gang shouted coldly and waved his hand, summoning a short sword. The short sword left his hand and shot toward the corpse Dao martial artist, erupting with a terrifying aura of destruction. It was a forbidden weapon. A top spiritual rank superior forbidden weapon was enough to kill a mid-level perfected person. The forbidden weapon short sword burst out with a resplendent light and collided with the corpse Dao martial artist. A terrifying force exploded with a loud explosion. The corpse Dao martial artist was instantly blown away, and there was a hole between his eyebrows. Clearly, the sword aura from the forbidden weapon short sword had pierced through his brain and killed him. Forbidden weapons were difficult to refine. The higher the level of the forbidden weapon, the rarer it was. This time, Tian Gang's sect had given Yang Gang a top spiritual rank superior forbidden weapon to protect him when he came to the Sky Corpse mountain range to train. Originally, the two of them had escaped into the sunlight area, and the corpse Dao martial artist could not do anything to them. There was no need to use this forbidden weapon to deal with the corpse Dao martial artist. However, Long Shao had forced the two of them out of the sunlight area. Facing the corpse Dao martial artist's attack, Yang Gang could only use this forbidden weapon. After the corpse Dao martial artist was killed, it was no longer important whether they stayed in the sunlight area or not. The two of them could continue to walk in the Yin Qi area and search for corpse jades. However, things were not that simple. Long Zhao's voice came from behind, stop. Yixing and Yang Gang turned around and saw that Long Shao and the two 6 stars perfected person had already flown into the sky. Behind the three of them were flying spiritual weapons. The two 6 stars perfected persons flying spiritual weapons were both spiritual rank superior spiritual rank. Long Zhao's flying spiritual weapon was spiritual rank superior spiritual rank. Yixing's heart trembled slightly. Long Shao also had a superior spiritual rank flying spiritual weapon. The difficulty of escaping had increased. Especially since Yixing still had to escape with Yang Gang. The hope was even slimmer. Yixing's heart immediately surged with a strong killing intent. Long Shao was too much of a bully. If he forced him into a dead end, then he could only use his trump card and expose all his secrets. Even if Long Shao had hidden experts protecting him, he had to kill Long Shao first. Yang Gang stood on the back of the silver-winged demonic condor and glared at Long Shao. He shouted, Long Shao, are you going to be a treacherous, shameless villain? Long Zhao's face was a little twisted as he shouted, I gave you a way out. If you obediently handed over the corpse jades, everything would be fine. Isn't that good? But you have to force me. You have to force me. Force me, to kill you. When he said the last 4 words, Long Zhao's face had already become cold. There was no longer any struggle in his heart, only killing intent. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a loud laughter suddenly came from afar. The laughter was full of ridicule and mockery. Whether it was Yi Xing, Yang Gang, or Long Zhao's group, they were all attracted by the laughter and looked over. They saw a young martial artist in white standing on the peak of a mountain a few miles away. Under the feet of the young man in white was the head of a flood dragon. When everyone looked over, the flood dragon's head was slowly rising, and then half of its body rose from behind the mountain. This was a green flood dragon. The dragon's claws pressed on the peak of the mountain. In the next moment, it grabbed the void and rose into the air, heading over here. This green flood dragon was more than 100 meters long. It walked in the void, and it was very visually impactful. The aura of this green flood dragon was very terrifying. It was a high-level 3 demonic beast, equivalent to a high-level astral realm cultivator. It was Yi Xing's first time seeing such a high-level demonic beast, and he was slightly shocked. Beside him, Yang Gang's expression was even more shocked. He muttered, possessing a green flood dragon mount, he is the crown prince of the Qingyu Empire, Yu Qinggan. He is the #1 genius of the younger generation in the 10 regions. His destiny is a 2-star green destiny, and he is destined to become a 2-star venerable. He can challenge those of a higher level. Although his cultivation is at the 4th level of the astral realm, he has the combat strength of a 5-star venerable. Moreover, he is only 20 years old this year. His green flood dragon mount is a high-level 3 demonic beast equivalent to an 8-star venerable. It is his guardian. 20 years old, 4th level of the astral realm, unrivaled combat strength of a 5-star venerable, 2-star green destiny, and a high-level 3 demonic beast as a mount. Hearing this, Yi Xing was also secretly shocked. This Yu Qinggan was much more powerful than Long Zhao in every aspect. No wonder Long Zhao was only a prince in the Azure Dragon Empire, while Yu Qinggan had already confirmed the position of crown prince in the Qingyu Empire. Yu Qinggan came over on the green flood dragon. His black hair fluttered as he laughed. The 9th prince of the Azure Dragon Empire, Long Zhao, turns out to be an untrustworthy, treacherous, shameless villain. Long, you are really a laughingstock. Laughable, truly laughable, ha ha ha. Long Zhao's face was ashen and gloomy. In front of Yi Xing and Yang Gang, he felt that he was superior. However, in front of Yu Qinggan, he did not have the slightest feeling of superiority. In comparison, he only felt inferior. Let's go. Long Zhao waved his hand and glared fiercely at Yi Xing and Yang Gang. He immediately left with the group, not daring to compete with Yu Qinggan. Chapter 437. Soon, Yu Qinggan rode the green flood dragon and arrived in front of Yi Xing and Yang Gang. Below the two, the silver-winged demon condor was a bit restless. This was the instinctive fear of a low-level beast facing a high-level beast. Yu Qinggan was not like Long Zhao, who brought 2 6-stars enlightened masters with him. There should be a master protecting him in the dark. He was traveling alone. Of course, he could not be considered to be traveling alone. His mount, the green flood dragon, was his strongest companion. It was equivalent to a master at the 8th level of the astral realm. This was a terrifying existence, comparable to Master Wu Yu. Thank you, Prince Qinggan, for saving us. Yang Gang and Yi Xing cupped their fists and thanked Yu Qinggan. However, the two did not let down their guard. They did not know Yu Qinggan's character. Yu Qinggan scared Long Zhao away, but he could also attack the two. However, just in terms of bearing, Yu Qingxian was much more superior than Long Zhao. Long Zhao kept saying that his bearing was extraordinary, but in reality, it was very ordinary. Yu Qingxian only stood there, but he already had the feeling of a crane standing among chickens. Yi Xing observed Yu Qinggan for a while, and his heart relaxed. This kind of person was far from what Long Zhao could compare to. He would not covet their corpse jades. Yu Qinggan waved his hand and said, I just don't like people with the surname Long. You don't have to thank me. My name is Yu Qinggan. You can call me Brother Yu or Young Master Yu, or just Qinggan. Do not mention the word prince. Outside of the Green Feather region, I am just an ordinary martial artist. There is no difference. Just this awareness alone, no matter if it was in terms of breadth of mind or bearing, Yu Qinggan far surpassed Long Shao by 1,000 miles. In the Blue Dragon Empire, Long Shao was only a slightly more outstanding prince. In the Blue Dragon Empire, he indeed had the right to be proud. However, outside of the Blue Dragon Empire, who cared if you were a prince? However, he was very proud. It was as if the Blue Dragon Empire ruled the world, and all martial artists were subjects of the Blue Dragon Empire. In front of all martial artists, Long Shao felt superior. This kind of person was undoubtedly disgusting. On this point, although Yu Qinggan was the crown prince of the empire, he was much clearer than Long Shao, the prince. After leaving one's own influence and territory, one's status was not important. Everyone was just an ordinary martial artist. Otherwise, if there were 36 of them in the upper region of the East Divine Continent, it meant that there were 36 empires. How many crown princes and princes were there? There were so many princes and princes in the empire. Who was more noble than the other? Who was more despicable than the other? When they were not in the territory of their own forces, any noble status was not worth mentioning. Strength was the only thing they could rely on. If Yixing and Yang Gang were high-level astral realm cultivators, then what was Long Shao, a prince, worth? If he had provoked the two of them like before, the two of them would have killed him in a matter of minutes, regardless of whether he was a prince or not. Yang Gang said, Many thanks to young Master Yu. Although young Master Yu did not mean to save us, it is a fact that you have saved our lives. We are very grateful. Yixing also nodded. Yu Qinggan smiled faintly. Suddenly, the green dragon under his feet turned its head to look in a direction and snorted. The smile on Yu Qinggan's face froze. He turned to look in the direction the green dragon was looking at and shouted loudly, Rascal, if you dare to have any ill intentions, I will kill you without mercy. Yixing also felt that in that direction, there was an indistinct aura of an expert. Previously, he had also vaguely sensed it. It should be the esteemed lord who was secretly protecting Long Shao. To say that an esteemed lord was a rascal, only Yu Qinggan had the guts to do so. Because the green dragon under his feet was an expert among the esteemed lords. Only with strength to rely on would he have the guts, and not because of his identity as the crown prince of the Qingyu Empire. If he did not have the green dragon as a mount, if he dared to say such things to an esteemed lord, regardless of whether he was the crown prince of the empire or not, once the esteemed lord appeared, he could easily kill him. As soon as Yu Qinggan spoke, Yixing felt that indistinct aura had completely disappeared. It seemed like that person had already retreated. Yu Qinggan said, You have offended the one surnamed Long, and have already been targeted by his people. If you continue to stay here, once I leave, you will most likely be in danger. Why don't you leave with me? With me here, they will not dare to do anything to you, and will give up on tracking you. Yang Gang and Yixing looked at each other, saying, What do you say? Secretly, Yang Gang transmitted his voice to Yixing, We have obtained quite a lot of corpse jade, enough to cultivate for a long period of time. Why don't we go back first? Otherwise, if we encounter Long Shao again, it will be dangerous. Yixing nodded, saying, Let's go back first. The two of them went together with Yu Qinggan, heading towards the outskirts of the Sky Corpse mountain range. Long Shao originally ordered the esteemed lord who was secretly protecting him to track Yixing and Yang Gang. After the two of them separated from Yu Qinggan, he would capture them alive and let him personally end their lives. However, the two of them went together with Yu Qinggan. That esteemed lord could not do anything and could only give up, reporting the matter to Long Shao. Long Shao said gloomily, To actually encounter Yu Qinggan, consider them lucky. Let's forget about this matter. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, we'll take care of them. How do I address you two? Yu Qinggan stood on the head of the green flood dragon, asking Yi Xing and Yang Gang on the back of the silver-winged demon. I am Yang Gang, a disciple of the True Xian region's Tiangang sect. I am Yi Xing, the sect master of the True Xian region's Falling Star sect. Yu Qinggan was someone worth befriending, so the two of them did not hide their identities. Yu Qinggan's reaction towards Yang Gang's identity was calm, but towards Yi Xing, he was rather surprised. Sect master. Brother Yi is so young and already a sect master. Looks like you are not an ordinary person. Yi Xing faintly nodded and did not explain. His position as sect master carried the painful past of Thi, so it was better not to mention it. Yang Gang said excitedly, Yi Xing is of course not an ordinary person. Last year in the True Xian region's Young Hero Assembly, he broke through to the astral realm during the assembly, sweeping his peers and obtaining first place. At that time, my cultivation was at the peak of the third level of the astral realm, and I only obtained third place. Yu Qinggan's face revealed a shocked expression. Breaking through to the astral realm at the end of the year. It's only the 6th month now, and you're already a 2-star enlightened master. Brother Ye's cultivation speed is so fast. I thought that no one in the nearby 10 regions could compare to me for advancing a realm in half a year at the initial stage of the astral realm. Now it seems that I was a bit arrogant. Brother Ye's cultivation speed is not inferior to mine at all. I wonder what Brother Ye's destiny is. Yi Xing said, my heavenly fate is erratic, sometimes high and sometimes low. But generally speaking, as my cultivation increases, my heavenly fate also increases. The highest I've ever had was a 4-star yellow fate. Before leaving the Falling Star Kingdom, Yi Xing's knowledge was limited, and he thought that destiny was fixed and unchanging. But as his knowledge broadened, he gradually knew that destiny had its own special circumstances. Some martial artists' destinies were not stable, sometimes high and sometimes low. Moreover, as their cultivation increases, their destiny will also become higher. This way, it could explain the constant changes in his destiny. Yu Qinggan said, Brother Ye's ancestor must have had an extraordinary expert. Destiny is erratic, sometimes high and sometimes low, but the overall trend is higher. This is a change brought about by the gradual awakening of the bloodline in the body. Only the descendants of experts would have this kind of special situation appear. Yi Xing said in surprise, my clan is just an ordinary clan that couldn't be more ordinary. How could my ancestor have produced an extraordinary expert? Yi Xing had only heard of the situation of destiny being erratic, but he did not know that this involved bloodline inheritance. On this point, Yu Qinggan's knowledge was clearly broader than Yi Xing's. Yu Qinggan said, Brother Yi is wrong. How long is the history of the human race? In the ancient times, how many experts appeared? But their clans and descendants were not always strong and prosperous. The vast majority were wiped out in the long river of time. But their bloodline was not necessarily cut off. Their direct descendants could inherit the bloodline inheritance. Daughters who were married off could also pass their bloodline to other clans. As time passed, these bloodlines became thinner and thinner. In the end, some descendants could not even sense the astrology and become ordinary mortals. And some descendants could barely sense the astrology and become ordinary martial artists. But that did not mean that there were no experts in their ancestors. If among these descendants with thin bloodlines, once the situation of bloodline awakening occurs, the destiny will show signs of instability. As the martial artist's cultivation increases, the degree of bloodline awakening increases, and the destiny will gradually increase. Brother Yi, you are in such a situation. You are already a 2-star sage at such a young age. This shows that there is still a lot of room for improvement. Now you are a 4-star yellow fate. In the future, you may be a 7-star yellow fate, a 9-star yellow fate, or even a venerable destiny. In the future, Brother Ye's achievements may not be below mine. Ha! Yu Qinggan was very modest. If it was an ordinary person, his own destiny was as high as a 2-star green fate. He was destined to become a 2-star venerable. How could he believe that the erratic destiny of others would surpass him? Yixing pretended to be surprised as he looked at Yu Qinggan, and said, "There is actually such a saying. Hearing young master you say this, I feel that the future is bright and full of hope." Yixing was clear about his own situation. It was not some bloodline awakening, but the ability to devour other people's destiny. Therefore, Yixing was very clear that his future was not unstable, but certain. As long as he did not fall, his future would definitely be glorious. Moreover, this kind of glory was far from what a 2-star green fate's future could compare to. It was the glory of standing at the peak of the star continent and becoming a star sea realm king. Yang Gang was also stunned by Yixing's words. The way he looked at Yixing changed greatly, and thought, so his bloodline awakening is showing signs of atavism. His destiny is not fixed, and there is room for improvement. Could it be that he really has the possibility of becoming a venerable in the future? That will become the legend of the true Xian region. Yu Qinggan laughed after he finished speaking, and said, "But this hope is very slim. There are 2 conditions that need to be met. First, there must be an expert from your ancestors, and his achievement must be at least a middle-level venerable. Second, you must be able to perfectly awaken the bloodline left behind by your ancestors, and reach the martial arts level of your ancestors in the future. The possibility of meeting both conditions is very small. Don't hold too much hope, so as to avoid disappointment in the future." Chapter 438. 3 days later, the 3 of them returned to the vicinity of Wu City. Wu City was the territory of the Blue Dragon Empire. The relationship between the Blue Dragon Empire and the Blue Dragon Empire was not friendly, so Yu Qinggan did not plan to go to Wu City. As for Yixing and Yang Gang, they were preparing to return to the true Xian domain and had no plans to go to Wu City. Near Wu City, Yu Qinggan bid farewell to Yixing and Yang Gang and parted ways. After parting ways with Yu Qinggan, Yixing said to Yang Gang, "Brother Yang, you go back first. I have decided not to go back and continue to train in the Sky Corp's mountain range." Yang Gang was surprised and said, "How can that be? We have offended Long Shao. If you meet him, it will be dangerous. Moreover, we have already obtained a lot of corpse jades. The corpse jades contain the aura of death, and it takes a long time to absorb one. The corpse jades we have are enough for us to cultivate for a long time." Yixing took off the mask on his face, revealing his true face, and said, "This way, Long Shao won't recognize me." "Yang Gang, you don't have to say anything, I will be careful." Yixing and Yang Gang being together was actually very inconvenient. Just like the corpse martial artist they met before, with Yang Gang nearby, Yixing did not dare to reveal his trump card. Therefore, at most, he was evenly matched with the corpse martial artist and was at a disadvantage. If Yixing unleashed his full strength, he could definitely kill a 5th-level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist. An 8th-grade spirit grade corpse jade had a great effect on Yang Gang's cultivation. It was enough for Yang Gang to cultivate for a long time. Yixing prepared to give the 8th-grade spirit grade corpse jade to Yang Gang, and then continue to train in the Sky Corp's mountain range to obtain more corpse jades. He could refine the aura of death in the corpse jade and quickly absorb the energy. With enough corpse jades, he could break through to the 3rd level of the star realm in one go. Then, he could continue to search for corpse jades. As long as there were enough corpse jades, Yixing could continue to refine and absorb them to break through to the 4th level of the star realm. After that, Yixing would spend more time cultivating his martial arts and raise his battle prowess to the highest possible state. He believed that he would be able to obtain a good ranking in the East Divine Continent Junior Genius competition at the end of the year. Yixing's goal was not the top 100 that He Biao had mentioned, but the number 1 of the younger generation in the East Divine Continent. Since Yixing had made up his mind, Yang Gang naturally could not persuade him otherwise. He could only ride the silver-winged devil condor back to the true Xian domain. The 2 of them divided the corpse jades. The 8th grade spirit grade corpse jades went to Yang Gang, the 3 7th grade spirit grade corpse jades went to Yixing, and the rest were divided equally. Whenever there was an odd number, Yixing would give an extra piece to Yang Gang. Yixing was refining the death aura and the corpse jades because it was related to the secret of his star fire seed. The higher Yixing's cultivation was, the more he knew how precious the star fire seed was. He did not dare to expose this fact, so he could not help Yang Gang refine the death aura and the corpse jades. Moreover, if he helped Yang Gang refine the death aura and the corpse jades, then Yang Gang would be able to absorb the corpse jades quickly and would definitely continue to search for corpse jades with Yixing. In this way, the corpse jades they found would be divided equally between the two of them, and Yixing's harvest would be halved. In this way, it would be difficult to achieve his goal of breaking through to the 4th level of the star realm this year. Once one's cultivation reached the 4th level of the star realm, not to mention the number 1 in the East Divine Continent Junior Genius competition, even entering the top 100 would not be an easy task. The difference of one level was the difference of tens or hundreds of ranks. Therefore, Yixing had to act alone. As for Yang Gang, when he returned to the true Xian domain, he would refine the 8th grade spirit grade corpse jades and cultivate. There was no difference whether he refined the death aura or not. After parting with Yang Gang, Yixing went to the Wu city and found an inn to stay in. In the room of the inn, Yixing set up a shielding array to prevent others from peeping. Then, he used the star fire seed to refine the death aura in the corpse jades. Yixing absorbed the 7th grade spirit grade corpse jades to cultivate. He absorbed one a day, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. 3 days later, Yixing completely absorbed the 3 7th grade spirit grade corpse jades. The effect was no less than absorbing an 8th grade spirit grade corpse jade. His cultivation had stabilized to the peak of the 2nd level of the star realm. If there are 3 more 7th grade spirit grade corpse jades, my cultivation will definitely be able to break through to the 3rd level of the star realm and become a 3-star spiritual master. Yixing thought in his heart. He was full of anticipation for the upcoming training in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. The next day, Yixing paid for his room and left the inn. He was ready to set off for the depths of the Heavenly Corpse mountain range to continue searching for corpse jades. He was more free to move alone than when he was with Yang Gang. Moreover, he always felt a little awkward wearing a mask, so it was better to show his original mask to others. Yixing had just left the inn and turned a corner when he suddenly stopped. He looked at a cultivator not far in front of him and 2 sharp lights suddenly shot out from his eyes. Dozens of meters in front of Yixing, the fire cloud sex Yun Tianhao was slowly walking forward. Beside Yun Tianhao were 2 other fire cloud sex elders. One was a 6-star spiritual master, while the other was a 5-star spiritual master. Yun Tianhao suddenly felt a sharp gaze coming from ahead. He immediately shot over and met Yixing's eyes. It was Yixing. Yun Tianhao's eyes narrowed and 2 sharp lights also shot out from them. Due to Wu Yu's warning, Yun Tianhao had lost a lot of face in the true Xian region. He hated Yixing to the core. However, due to Wu Yu's threat, Yun Tianhao didn't dare to openly deal with Yixing. Therefore, he could only pay a sum of money and introduce the Earth Fiend sect to the Qingyu Empire to hire the 7-Kill Alliance to assassinate Yixing. Yixing was also very angry with Yun Tianhao. In the 9 Heavens City, Yixing had already sworn that he wouldn't be human if he didn't kill Yun Tianhao. This time, the two of them coincidentally bumped into each other in Wu City. Sure enough, enemies meet on a narrow road. When enemies meet, their eyes are exceptionally red. Yun Tianhao's sharp gaze swept past Yixing with disdain and the corners of his mouth curled up. At the same time, he thought to himself, so this kid came to the Sky Corpse mountain range. No wonder there's no news of him. No one knows where he is. I'll pass the news to the 7-Kill Alliance. The Sky Corpse mountain range will be this kid's burial ground. The 7-Kill Alliance would only give up after failing 3 times to assassinate their target. Then, they would return the reward to the client. They had only assassinated Yixing once and were planning to assassinate him a 2nd time. They had been searching for Yixing's whereabouts all this time. Naturally, they didn't tell the client about their first failure. Therefore, neither the Earth Fiend sect nor Yun Tianhao knew that the 7-Kill Alliance had already tried to assassinate Yixing once. They had sent a 5-star Venerable One and 2 4-star Venerable Ones, but they had failed. Yi Xing looked at Yun Tianhao with murderous intent and thought to himself, I didn't expect to meet you in the Black City. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Since the heavens sent you to me, then the Heavenly Corpse mountain range will be your burial ground. End of 5th update. Every day, I stay up until the wee hours of the morning and am half dead tired. However, the monthly votes are very low and the results are barely satisfactory. Right now, I can't get onto the Xuanhuan monthly votes ranking. My only hope is to get onto the Xuanhuan monthly votes ranking and gain some subscriptions. However, I'm still 200 votes away from getting onto the ranking. Brothers and sisters who like the Arrow God, please cast a monthly vote in support. Chocolate is very grateful. I bow and thank all the brothers and sisters who voted. Thank you. Chapter 439. Yi Xing and Yun Tianhao glanced at each other and passed by each other without a word. However, they both had killing intent in their hearts and wanted to kill each other. The difference was that Yun Tianhao had placed his hopes of killing Yi Xing on the 7 Kill Alliance's assassins, while Yi Xing had placed his hopes on himself. The 7 Kill Alliance's assassins had once said that Yi Xing was more of an assassin than them. If Yi Xing wanted to assassinate someone, even if the other party was stronger than him, he would still be in danger. Yun Tianhao had a 6-star sage accompanying him, and a 6-star sage was much stronger than Yi Xing. Even if Yi Xing used all his trump cards, he would not be able to do anything to a 6-star sage. However, Yi Xing still sentenced Yun Tianhao to death in his heart. Killing didn't necessarily require absolute strength to kill the opponent in a head-on confrontation. There was another method, assassination in the dark. Killing an opponent weaker than oneself could only be considered as an expert. Killing an opponent stronger than oneself was a true killer. Yun Tianhao and the 2 Fire Cloud sect elders replenished their pills in Wu City before leaving for the depths of the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. The 3 of them rode on a Scarlet Flame Lion Bat. An adult Scarlet Flame Lion Bat was a mid-tier rank 3 demon beast. Its strength was between a 4-star sage and a 5-star sage. A 6-star sage, 2 5-star sage, and a demon beast that was slightly weaker than a 5-star sage. Yun Tianhao's team was very powerful. Apart from having an exalted master, this team's strength should be at the top of the Heavenly Corpse mountain range that produced high-grade spirit jades. However, such a powerful team was secretly targeted by someone. Yi Xing looked into the distance as he followed behind Yun Tianhao's team. Along the way, he used the mountains, trees, and other objects to hide his figure. Neither Yun Tianhao nor the 2 Fire Cloud sect elders sensed that someone was following them. Yi Xing followed from a distance. He was very patient and was not in a hurry to make a move. The sun set in the west. The Heavenly Corpse mountain range was shrouded in dark clouds. After the sun set, the sky quickly turned dark. Yun Tianhao had the Scarlet Flame Lion Bat land on a gentle slope. The 3 of them got off the bat's back and prepared to spend the night there. Yi Xing also stopped in the distance and observed from afar. His darkness grand momentum had long reached the minute's subtlety realm, and his eyesight was astonishing. The darkness couldn't obstruct his vision. Yes. This 5-star Dao Master is actually a level 3 array formation master. Yi Xing saw from afar that the Fire Cloud sect's 5-star perfected being elder was setting up a grade 3 array formation at the initial success stage. Yun Tianhao and the 6-star enlightened master stood guard on the left and right. Although Corpse Dao martial artists like to live underground, they could come to the surface at night. The night in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range was not safe. Yi Xing sat cross-legged off in the distance. The darker it was, the sharper his senses were. He could see everything clearly. Soon, the Fire Cloud sect's 5-star perfected elder set up a lesser success grade 3 array formation, Yinyang Fire Snake Array. Yi Xing also knew how to set up this array formation. Yi Xing had seen the array formation set up with his own eyes, so he knew where the array formation's flaws were. After setting up the array formation, Yun Tianhao, and the Scarlet Flame Lion Bat were inside the array formation. With the array formation protecting them, the three of them were much more relaxed. At this moment, any danger would trigger the array formation first. They had enough time to react and didn't need to be constantly vigilant of their surroundings. With the other party relaxed, Yixing also began setting up an array formation. He also set up a lesser success grade Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array. Then, Yixing set up a lesser success grade 3 Confinement Array, Big Dipper Array. By the time Yixing finished setting up the array formation, the sky was already pitch black. Even if an perfected being had powerful eyesight, it would be difficult to see beyond 100 meters. Yixing stood in the array formation and looked into the distance. When he saw Yun Tianhao and company in the distance, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, the assassination has begun. Yixing took out his startling sky bow and a purple gold arrow. He knocked the arrow and aimed at the distant Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array, locking onto a flaw in the array formation. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot out from between Yixing's eyebrows and turned into a giant starry arrow in the sky. A lesser success grade 3 formation had astonishing power. Even if there was a flaw, it wouldn't be easy to destroy. Yixing used the Sagittarius constellation to raise the arrow's power to the maximum. He wanted to break the array in one shot. Whoosh! In an instant, the arrow pierced through the air. Blazing arrow art, blazing arrow. The arrow carried with it the flames of death. In the dark night, it was exceptionally bright. In an instant, Yun Tianhao and company in the distance felt the arrow suddenly exploding toward them. However, the arrow was too fast. Before the three of them could do anything, the arrow had already hit the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array. The array formation was instantly activated when it was attacked. Two fire snakes, one black and one white, roared out in an instant. However, the arrow's power was too terrifying. It coincidentally hit a node in the middle of the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array, a flaw in the array formation. In an instant, it destroyed the foundation of the array formation. The two fire snakes that had just appeared instantly disappeared because the foundation of the array formation was destroyed. With just one arrow, the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array was reduced to nothingness. The three people who were protected by the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array were shocked. Whoosh! 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 3 beams of starlight shot into the sky. Yun Tianhao and company had used their superior fire constellations at the same time. Furthermore, they circulated their astral energy at the same time to form a protective barrier. Yun Tianhao's gaze shot in the direction of Yixing. He shouted, "Who dares to sneak an attack on my fire cloud sect?" The other two elders also looked in the direction of Yixing. However, they were only certain of Yixing's direction. They weren't certain of Yixing's exact location. At this moment, Yixing let out a cry of surprise. It was as if he was surprised that the arrow didn't hit the three of them. Just as Yixing spoke, a pair of green wings appeared behind the Fire Cloud Sect's 6 stars Sage Elder. It was a mid-grade air transportation spirit artifact. Whoosh! Just as Yixing's voice faded, the green wings flapped. The 6 stars Sage Elder flashed like a stream of light and charged at Yixing. A 6 stars Sage Elder was extremely powerful. With his mental vigilance, Yixing found it difficult to threaten him despite his powerful archery skills. Yixing did not shoot an arrow. The 6 stars Sage Elder was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he traversed several kilometers in the sky. In 2 breaths' time, he arrived where Yixing had spoken. Superior grade spirit martial art, blazing flame palm. When the 6 stars Sage Elder's palm arrived, a powerful flaming palm print instantly came crashing down. Boom! Yixing flapped his azure cloud wings. His speed was extremely fast as he instantly dodged the attack. The palm landed on empty air, creating a huge crater in the ground. Following that, an array formation barrier appeared. It covered a radius of hundreds of feet and trapped the 6 stars Sage within. It was the trapping array, Big Dipper Array. At the same time, the temperature within the Big Dipper Array suddenly became scorching hot. 2 fire snakes, one black and one white, appeared out of thin air. They revealed a powerful and terrifying aura as they pounced at the 6-star Sage Elder. It was the killing array, Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array. Both arrays were at the initial stage of level 3. The 6-star Sage Elder's expression changed drastically. It was only then that he realized that the other party had purposely made a sound to lure him over so that he would walk right into the array. What a cunning scoundrel. However, don't think that you can do anything to me with a hurried array formation. The 6-star Sage Elder roared angrily. He struck out with both palms, and 2 flaming palm prints ruthlessly hit the Yin-Yang Fire Snake's head. Boom! Boom! With 2 explosions, the 2 fire snakes shook violently. They were distorted by the impact and almost collapsed. The array formation that Yi Xing had hurriedly set up was only inscribed with array patterns. It was powered by mid-grade star crystals. It did not have any array materials, so it could not be compared to the sex array that was set up with array materials. Its power was much weaker. Therefore, such an array was more than enough to deal with the 5-star Sage Elder. However, it was not enough to deal with the 6-star Sage Elder. If the 6-star Sage Elder was allowed to break the array, he would be able to break it completely within a few breaths. The 6-star Sage Elder pushed back the 2 fire snakes with his palms. He retreated quickly, trying to get out of the range of the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array. However, he did not break the array when he hit the light shield of the Big Dipper Array. The Big Dipper Array was a trapping array with strong defensive power. Although it was not as powerful as the array that was set up with array materials, the 6-star Sage Elder would not be able to break it in a short time. Therefore, the 6-star Sage Elder could only fight with the Yin-Yang Fire Snake in the array during this period. The 6-star Sage Elder roared angrily, "When I break the array, I will tear you into pieces." Yin Tianhao leaned against the red flame lion bat, vigilantly guarding his surroundings. The level 3 array master rushed toward the 6-star Sage Elder. "Elder Hualing, I will save." Before he could finish his sentence, the level 3 array formation master's face froze in shock and his body came to an abrupt halt. He suddenly fell into a world of darkness. He could not even see his own fingers. Although the night was dark, he could still see dozens of meters away. He could also see the 2 fire snakes in the distance. However, at this moment, he could not see anything. It was as if he had become blind. He was horrified. It was not that he could not see anything. He saw a huge black hole vortex in the sky and a huge starry bow. He did not know what the black hole vortex was, but the starry bow shocked him greatly. He exclaimed, "The legendary constellation astrology." Whoosh! As the level 3 array master cried out in alarm, a ray of light suddenly tore through the pitch-black void. The level 3 array master's pupils shrank. It was an arrow. The arrow was too fast. It was so fast that the level 3 array master did not have time to use any defensive techniques. He could only use the Starry Dipper to form a protective shield. In front of the arrow, the protective shield was useless. Puff! The arrow pierced through the protective shield and shot through the level 3 array master's throat. Blood spurted out. The flame of death burned in the wound on his throat. The level 3 array master fell to the ground and died. Elder Jia. Yun Tianhao, who was far away, was not shrouded by the world of darkness. He exclaimed in a trembling voice. The flame arrow lit up the night sky for a moment. He saw with his own eyes that the arrow pierced through the throat of Elder Jia, who was in Starry Dipper Realm Stage 5. The original plan was to continue with 5 updates today. However, when he looked at the monthly votes, he realized that he was even further away from the top 10. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. The monthly votes for 5 updates were less than 3 updates. This was too much of a blow to Chocolate's writing mood. He sat in front of the computer and could not bring himself to write for the whole day. Sigh. In the blink of an eye, it was already night time. It seems that I can only write 2 updates today. Brothers, please stop holding the monthly votes in your hands and give Chocolate some encouragement. Isn't it good to maintain 4 to 5 updates a day? Chapter 440. Elder Huoling, who was at the 6th level of the astral realm, was trapped in the formation. Elder Jia, who was at the 5th level of the astral realm, had his throat pierced by an arrow. At this moment, Yun Tianhao's heart trembled violently. Who was it? Who wanted to kill them? Yun Tianhao didn't know when he had provoked such a terrifying enemy. No matter what, Yun Tianhao didn't expect that the archer in the dark was Yi Xing. At this moment, Yun Tianhao didn't have time to think. Of the 2 elders, one was trapped and the other was killed. How could he dare to stay? Yun Tianhao immediately leaped onto the flaming lion bat's back, intending to carry the flaming lion bat and escape. However, just as he jumped onto the back of the scarlet flame lion bat, the scarlet flame lion bat suddenly went berserk and flung Yun Tianhao off. Roar! There were 2 clouds whirlpools in the scarlet flame lion bat's eyes. It roared furiously and opened its mouth like a lion, spitting out a ball of flame towards Yun Tianhao. Yun Tianhao was shocked. He didn't expect that the tamed scarlet flame lion bat would go berserk at this crucial moment. However, Yun Tianhao was a 5 celestial enlightened being after all. Moreover, his strength was above average among 5 celestial enlightened beings. After dodging the scarlet flame lion bat's flame attack, he immediately launched a counterattack and suppressed the scarlet flame lion bat. However, the scarlet flame lion bat went berserk and unleashed its full strength, fighting with Yun Tianhao. As for Yun Tianhao, because the scarlet flame lion bat was his mount in the Sky Corpse mountain range, he couldn't bear to kill it. Therefore, even though Yun Tianhao had the upper hand, he couldn't escape from the scarlet flame lion bat's desperate attacks. Yi Xing only attacked the scarlet flame lion bat for a blink of an eye when he used the Eye of Azure Cloud. Right now, his Eye of Azure Cloud was enough to affect the thoughts of a middle-level 3 demonic beast. The scarlet flame lion bat was instantly affected and went berserk. 6 Celestial Venerable Huoling was using his astrology and attacking the formation with all his strength. He wanted to break out of the formation. Yi Xing didn't have time to deal with Yun Tianhao. If Huoling rushed out of the formation, it would be very difficult for Yi Xing to suppress him. Facing a 6 Celestial Venerable head-on, Yi Xing could only flee. Yi Xing wanted to kill Reverend Huoling while he was being attacked by the Yin-Yang Fire Snake formation. In an instant, Yi Xing's killing intent enveloped the 6 stars sage Huoling. Huoling's expression changed. He was shocked. It was as if he had suddenly become blind. Everything around him turned pitch black. Even the 2 fire snakes had disappeared without a trace. However, Reverend Huoling could still feel the aura of the 2 fire snakes and their attack trajectories. Bang! Bang! Reverend Huoling threw out both of his palms and hit the 2 fiery snakes accurately again. Sparks flew. The 2 fire snakes were hit and cracked. If there were a few more attacks like this, the 2 fire snakes would completely collapse and disappear. It was equivalent to the formation being destroyed by force. Just when Reverend Huoling sensed the direction of the 2 fire snakes and was ready to destroy them again, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He felt a terrible threat. Whoosh! Yi Xing drew his bow and shot an arrow. The withering flame arrow was displayed. The arrow instantly shot toward Reverend Huoling's back. The arrow was as fast as lightning. It contained a powerful force and revealed a terrifying aura. If Reverend Huoling was hit by the arrow, he was sure that he would be fatally injured. Reverend Huoling moved sideways. His figure was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he had moved dozens of feet. Although his movement range was limited by the light cover of the Big Dipper formation, he could move freely inside the light cover. Reverend Huoling was very familiar with the 2nd realm of archery. He knew that an archer could change the direction of the arrow. Therefore, after moving sideways, he was still able to change his direction again. In the blink of an eye, Reverend Huoling had changed his direction 4 times. However, Reverend Huoling had underestimated Yi Xing's archery. Yi Xing's archery had already reached the 4 changes of following the mind. If he spent a lot of time comprehending it, he might even reach the 5 changes of following the mind. The arrow changed its direction 4 times. It was still aiming at Reverend Huoling's body. It was already behind Reverend Huoling. At this moment, Reverend Huoling had no way to escape. While he was screaming in his heart, he had already turned around instantly. He turned his palms and slapped toward the arrow. Raging flame move. The flame star gang rotated. When the arrow was in front of Reverend Huoling's palms, it was affected by the rotating force of the flame and changed its direction. Reverend Huoling's palms moved the arrow to one side and it missed its target. A 6 stars Reverend was indeed a 6 stars Reverend. If Reverend Huoling was a 5 stars Reverend, he would never be able to change the direction of the arrow. However, Reverend Huoling had resolved the attack of the arrow, but he could not divert his attention to the attack of the yin-yang fire snake formation. Boom! Boom! The 2 fire snakes hit Reverend Huoling's back heavily. Although the 2 fire snakes had been defeated by Reverend Huoling and their strength had been greatly reduced, Reverend Huoling still spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit. He was seriously injured and his body suddenly fell forward. The 2 fire snakes raised their heads and continued to attack Reverend Huoling. At this moment, Yixing shot the second arrow. Burning Arrow Incantation, Burning Arrow. Whoosh, the arrow pierced through the air with a strong death flame. Its power was even more terrifying than the withering flame arrow. Before Reverend Huoling could break the formation, he was attacked by Yixing's arrow. He was attacked from both the front and the back and could not defend himself. Feeling that the power of Yixing's arrow was even stronger than before, Reverend Huoling could not help but feel hopeless. He thought to himself, I'm doomed. At this moment, Reverend Huoling had to defend himself against the attack of the yin-yang fire snake formation. At the same time, he had to defend himself against the arrows that were shot at him. Whoosh! Reverend Huoling's aura burst out again and increased a notch. He had even burned his star energy. Since he was already at a dead end, Reverend Huoling might as well cut off his own path of survival and use his life to burst out more powerful strength. The star energy burned and a terrifying flame energy burst out from his body. It formed a ball of terrifying ripples and shook off the 2 fire snakes. At the same time, Reverend Huoling slapped out with his palm and the arrow that was shot at him was immediately pushed back by him. When a 6-star Reverend fought with his life, his strength was indeed terrifying. Kill! Reverend Huoling roared. At this moment, his body was like an exploding bomb. His aura was extremely violent and the power of the flame was soaring to the sky. At the same time, Reverend Huoling slapped out with his 2 palms. Boom! Boom! The 2 fire snakes that had already been defeated exploded by the 2 palms. The yin-yang fire snake formation was completely destroyed. After the 2 flaming palms destroyed the yin-yang fire snake formation, they did not lose their momentum and hit the light shield of the Big Dipper formation. A deafening explosion sound was heard. The power of the 2 flaming palms was indeed terrifying. If they hit the light shield of the Big Dipper formation directly, the light shield of the Big Dipper formation would definitely be blown up. However, the 2 flaming palms first destroyed the yin-yang fire snake formation and then hit the light shield of the Big Dipper formation. Although the light shield of the Big Dipper formation was severely shaken and there were even cracks on it, it was not blown up. There was a limited time to burn the star energy. Reverend Huoling risked his life not only to destroy the Big Dipper formation, but also to kill Yixing, who was shooting arrows from afar. However, before the Big Dipper formation was broken, he was trapped in the Big Dipper formation. He could not even get close to Yixing. How could he kill him? The fact that the light shield of the Big Dipper formation was not broken made Reverend Huoling very anxious. Whoosh! 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 However, before Reverend Huoling could launch another attack, 3 arrows were shot at him from the front and back of his body. Yixing knew that Reverend Huoling's body was like an ignited barrel of dynamite. Any attack could make him explode completely. Therefore, at this moment, there was no need to perform any powerful archery moves. The most important thing was to attack quickly and harass Reverend Hualing as much as possible to stall for time. Therefore, Yixing shot 3 arrows at the same time. However, after the 3 arrows left the bowstring, their speed was different. They were connected and Reverend Hualing could not block all 3 arrows at once. Moreover, after Yixing shot 3 arrows, he immediately took out 3 more arrows and put them on the bowstring. When the first 3 arrows were just in front of Reverend Hualing, another 3 arrows were shot at him from behind. Reverend Hualing did not dare to be hit by the arrows at this moment. Otherwise, the flaming star energy in his body would go out of control and explode completely, leaving nothing behind. After burning the Big Dipper formation, Reverend Hualing would be able to kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. However, there was also a shortcoming. His body was like a balloon that was about to burst and could not be broken by external forces. A balloon that was about to burst only needed to be pricked by a small needle to burst. Reverend Hualing's body, of course, had a much stronger defensive power than a balloon. It was not that easy to burst. However, the arrows shot by Yixing were thousands of times more powerful than the pricking of a small needle. Reverend Hualing shot out one palm after another to slap away the consecutive arrows. He had no time to attack the light cover of the formation. He was trapped in the Big Dipper formation and was very anxious. Yixing shot 3 waves of arrows in a row. Suddenly, he thought of the revolving arrow skill that he had learned when he was an ordinary warrior. When the 4th wave of 3 arrows was shot out, Yixing used the revolving arrow skill. The last arrow drew a big arc after leaving the bowstring and went to the back of Reverend Hualing. Bang, bang, bang. Reverend Hualing was very anxious at this moment. Seeing that the arrows in front of him were all knocked away by him, he was very happy and relaxed his mind. He did not notice that there were arrows coming from behind. There are no more arrows, right? Die! Reverend Hualing roared. He immediately seized the opportunity to attack the light cover of the formation again. Boom! When his voice fell and he had just shouted the word die, the arrows shot from behind hit his body before the palm print left his hand. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Reverend Hualing's body was shot through. The burning flame star gang in his body finally found a vent. It was like a punctured balloon and suddenly exploded. The star gang of a 6 stars venerable was surging. When it exploded, the power was appalling. The power of the explosion destroyed the Big Dipper formation in an instant. Horrible airwaves surged and rushed in all directions. The god of archery is now ranked 18th in the monthly Xuanhuan votes list. He is 8 places away from the top 10. The distance is very far. He can't rush up in one breath. He can only take it one step at a time. Brothers, tomorrow at least 3 updates. If the god of archery moves 1 place forward, to 17th, 4 updates. If he reaches 16th, I will fight until I vomit blood, 5 updates. Brothers, if you can help the god of archery move 2 places forward in a day and rush into the top 10, Chocolate will fight until he vomits blood this month. The updates will make everyone happy. Begging for monthly votes. I hope the monthly votes will make Chocolate feel refreshed when he wakes up tomorrow. Chapter 441. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, smoke and dust billowed. Shockwaves filled the sky. Yixing could see through the smoke and dust with his penetrating vision. Spiritual Master Hualing had already disappeared. His body had completely exploded, leaving nothing behind. Even his flame of destiny had been pulverized into nothingness. Beneath Spiritual Master Hualing's feet, there was an inverted cone-shaped crater that was more than 10 meters deep and dozens of meters wide. The explosion of his body was no less powerful than the attack of a top-notch spirit-grade forbidden artifact. If a mid-level spiritual master had been standing next to him during the explosion, he would definitely have been blown to smithereens. Yixing only took a glance at the billowing shockwaves before his gaze shifted to Yun Tianhao, who was fighting the Scarlet Flame Lion Bat in the distance. The 2 elders of the Fire Cloud sect had died, but Yun Tianhao was Yixing's main target. The scarlet flame lion bat had only been attacked by Yi Xing's green eye in a blink of an eye. It was not completely under Yi Xing's control. After going berserk for a while, it gradually returned to normal. As the scarlet flame lion bat gradually regained consciousness, it naturally recognized Yun Tianhao and stopped attacking. Yun Tianhao was overjoyed when he saw this. He could finally escape. Elder Jia's throat had been pierced by an arrow, and Elder Huo Ling had exploded. Yun Tianhao was frightened out of his wits. He did not dare to ride the scarlet flame lion bat again. Instead, he flapped his mid-grade air transportation spirit artifact, the flame wings, and fled into the distance. However, he had already been targeted by Yi Xing. How could he escape from Yi Xing's grasp? When Yi Xing's killing intent shifted to Yun Tianhao's vision instantly turned black. He was already frightened, but now he was even more shocked. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the void. It was like a dazzling white light that streaked across the pitch-black sky. It was extremely dazzling. This arrow was too fast. It was so fast that people only had time to be surprised by its brilliance. They did not have time to react. In the blink of an eye, the incineration arrow that carried the flame of death shot into Yun Tianhao's back from behind. The arrow of incineration was terrifyingly powerful. It instantly pierced through Yun Tianhao's body and came out of his chest, leaving behind a finger-sized bloody hole. As a 5 celestial enlightened master, Yun Tianhao had a powerful life force. If it was just a small hole in his body, as long as it wasn't a vital point, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the damage caused by this arrow was not limited to just the bloody hole that the arrow had pierced through. The arrow contained terrifying power. When it entered Yun Tianhao's body, it exploded, shattering his meridians and organs. He was heavily injured. In particular, the death flames on the arrow entered Yun Tianhao's body the moment it hit him, greatly destroying his life force. Yun Tianhao screamed after being hit by the arrow. He could no longer circulate the astral force. Without the support of the astral force, the flaming wings instantly shrank back into his body, and he fell from the sky. Bang! Yun Tianhao crashed to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with terror. Who? Yun Tianhao shouted in terror, "Why do you want to kill me? How did I offend you? Why do you want to kill me? Why?" The more he shouted, the more agitated Yun Tianhao became. Due to the fear of death, he was on the verge of tears. Yi Xing's figure was like lightning. He quickly arrived in the sky in front of Yun Tianhao. He opened his azure cloud wings and stood in the air. Yi Xing looked down at Yun Tianhao and said coldly, "Why do I want to kill you? Yun Tianhao, don't you deserve to die?" Yun Tianhao was currently affected by the black hole astrology. He was trapped in a world of darkness and couldn't see anything. He could only see the black hole astrology and the Sagittarius astrology in the sky. He couldn't see Yi Xing's figure. The constellation astrology was known as the strongest astrology. Yun Tianhao couldn't believe that the person who killed him had the legendary strongest astrology. Yun Tianhao didn't recognize the black hole whirlpool, but if it could be compared to the constellation astrology, it must be a heaven-defying astrology. Yun Tianhao's expression was filled with terror. Although Yi Xing's voice sounded familiar, he didn't think that it was Yi Xing. Yun Tianhao never expected that the person who possessed the constellation astrology and could kill a 6-star sage would be Yi Xing. At the end of last year, at the True Xian region's Young Hero Assembly, Yi Xing had just broken through to the astral realm. Furthermore, Yi Xing's astrology was the flame astrology. Yun Tianhao naturally wouldn't think that the expert in front of him who terrified him was Yi Xing. In Yun Tianhao's heart, Yi Xing couldn't be so heaven-defying. Yun Tianhao's body trembled as he said in terror, "I don't know. I don't know how I offended you. If I offended you, I'll apologize to you. Please don't kill me." After saying that, Yun Tianhao paused for a moment before continuing, "I have the heavenly fire seal on me by my father. Whoever kills me will have the heavenly fire seal branded on them. My father is a 7th stage astral realm cultivator. If you kill me, my father will use the heavenly fire seal to find you. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either. Yun Tianhao's father was the fire cloud sect master, Yun Void Flame. His strength was considered top-notch among those at the same realm. Upon mentioning his father, the fire cloud sect master, Yun Tianhao's voice immediately turned a lot calmer. It was as though he had found someone to rely on. You don't know? Yi Xing's voice remained cold and contained intense killing intent. Yi Xing dispelled the black hole astrology, causing the world of darkness to dissipate. Yun Tianhao finally saw Yi Xing's figure. The night was dark, but as a 5-star sage, Yun Tianhao's vision was powerful. He naturally saw the figure in the sky. When Yun Tianhao saw Yi Xing, his mind buzzed. His expression instantly froze as he stared with his mouth agape. It was as though his entire body had been petrified. After a few breaths of time, Yun Tianhao screamed, "How could it be you? This is impossible. This is impossible." It was actually Yi Xing. Yun Tianhao's heart thumped violently. He had never thought much of a rural bumpkin like Yi Xing. He could not imagine that the expert who had killed a 5-star and 6-star sage in the darkness was the same person as the Yi Xing he thought nothing of. Yun Tianhao found it hard to believe the truth before his eyes. What left Yun Tianhao even more incredulous was that his scarlet flame lion bat was obediently following behind Yi Xing. This made him recall how the scarlet flame lion bat had gone berserk. Clearly, it was because of Yi Xing. What sorcery did Yi Xing use to make his tamed scarlet flame lion bat go berserk? Yi Xing had already anticipated Yun Tianhao's expression. He said, "Now you should understand why I want to kill you. Let's not talk about how you insulted my senior sister at the White Bones auction house and how you sent 2 4-star sages to kill me. Just the fact that the 7-kill alliance came to kill me is enough to make you unable to escape responsibility, isn't it?" Yi Xing was right in front of Yun Tianhao. No matter how incredulous Yun Tianhao was, he could not deny this fact. After learning that Yi Xing had such heaven-defying strength and even possessed a constellation, Yun Tianhao's heart was filled with regret. He should not have provoked Yi Xing. He had no enmity with Yi Xing. It was only because he had taken a fancy to Yi Xing's senior sister, Lin Tongyu, and wanted to auction her off for fun. Then, he had a conflict with Yi Xing. Not only had he insulted Lin Tongyu, but he had also sent 2 4-star sages to kill Yi Xing. The two of them had become mortal enemies. Yun Tianhao could not deny what had happened before, but how could he admit that the 7-kill alliance's assassins were related to him? When Yun Tianhao heard Yi Xing mention the 7-kill alliance, he immediately shook his head and said, "The 7-kill alliance has nothing to do with me. It is the Earth Fiend sect. The Earth Fiend sect's Shi Dao Tian went to hire the 7-kill alliance's assassins. It has nothing to do with me." In order to clear his name, Yun Tianhao did not hesitate to betray the Earth Fiend sect. Earth Fiend sect. Yi Xing said each word clearly, his voice fierce. Since the Earth Fiend sect is related to the 7-kill alliance's assassins, then one day, I will go to the Earth Fiend sect and catch the mastermind. As he spoke, Yi Xing's eyes turned sharp. He stared at Yun Tianhao and said, "The Earth Fiend sect hired the 7-kill alliance's assassins, but you, the Fire Cloud sect's disciple, knew about it. Hee, don't tell me you're saying that the Earth Fiend sect has to report this to you?" Yun Tianhao's face turned pale. He did not expect that betraying the Earth Fiend sect to clear his name would actually prove that he was related to this matter. Feeling the killing intent in Yi Xing's eyes, Yun Tianhao knew that Yi Xing really wanted to kill him. Yun Tianhao's expression turned to one of horror. He emotionally shouted, "You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Yi Xing, we can forget about our past matters and mind our own business from now on. If you dare to kill me, my father will definitely find you through the heavenly fire curse mark. My father is in the heavenly corpse mountain range. If I die, he will quickly find you and you won't be able to live either. You must die." Yi Xing's killing intent did not waver. Even if the Fire Cloud sect master pursued him, he would not let Yun Tianhao go. Yi Xing took out the black dragon spear and dropped down from the sky. Whoosh, the resplendent astral spear pierced into Yun Tianhao's chest, pinning him to the ground. The power of this spear shattered Yun Tianhao's meridians and organs, causing his life to rapidly drain away. After Yun Tianhao screamed, his eyes widened. He pointed at Yixing, spitting out blood as he roared, "My father will find you. My father will find you. He will definitely find you. You will die a horrible death." As Yun Tianhao's voice faded, his arm fell limply to his side as he died. A flaming rune suddenly shot towards Yixing. It was unknown what sort of power this flaming rune was, but it wasn't blocked by Yixing's protective astral energy. It slammed into Yixing's body, leaving behind a flame mark. Yixing frowned. It seemed that this was the heavenly fire curse mark that Yun Tianhao spoke of. Yixing did not bother with the heavenly fire curse mark. Instead, he used the black hole astrology to devour Yun Tianhao's destiny. A person dying was like an extinguished lamp. If he did not devour it quickly, Yun Tianhao's destiny fire would quickly dissipate. Yun Tianhao had a 6-star yellow life, 2 stars higher than Yixing's 4-star yellow life. As for the 2 Fire Cloud sect elders, they had 5-star yellow lives. Yixing naturally devoured Yun Tianhao's 6-star yellow life. Soon, the destiny fire in Yun Tianhao's mind vanished. As for Yixing's mind, the destiny fire grew 2 more yellow flames, turning from a 4-star yellow life to a 6-star yellow life. Chapter 442. After putting away the mid-grade storage rings of Yun Tianhao and the grade 3 array master, Yixing conjured his astral fire and burned the 3 corpses to ashes. As for perfected Hualing's storage ring, it was also reduced to dust when he self-destructed. Following that, Yixing began to study the heavenly fire seal on his body. This flame rune seemed to have fused with Yixing's body. Yixing used all sorts of methods to make it disappear, but he was unable to do so. Even when Yixing cut off the skin that was branded with the heavenly fire seal, it was in vain. This was because the heavenly fire seal was branded very deeply, from the skin all the way to the bones. If Yixing wanted to dig out the heavenly fire seal, just cutting off the skin was not enough. He had to drill a hole in his body and dig out his bones. Finally, Yixing activated the stellar fire seed, causing the black hole stellar vortex to spin even faster. It produced a massive devouring force, allowing the stellar fire seed to devour the energy within the heavenly fire seal. Although the heavenly fire seal was strange, it was ultimately fire energy. Yixing was pleasantly surprised to discover that the stellar fire seed's devouring was effective. However, the heavenly fire seal contained a powerful force that prevented the fire energy from dissipating. The stellar fire seed's devouring was very slow. Oh no, at this speed, it will probably take half a month to completely absorb the heavenly fire seal. Even if the Fire Cloud sect master is in the Fire Cloud sect, he will have enough time to come to the Skycorp's mountain range to find me. Furthermore, Yun Tianhao said that his father is in the Skycorp's mountain range. Is this just to scare me or is it true? If it's true, the Fire Cloud sect master will take even less time to find me. Yixing's mind raced as he frowned slightly. Although the situation was terrible, Yixing did not regret it one bit. When he killed Yun Tianhao, he had already thought of such an outcome. He did not care about the price. If I were to return to the true mystic region, regardless of whether the Fire Cloud sect master is in the Fire Cloud sect, he will inform the other exalted masters of the Fire Cloud sect to kill me. Now that the Fire Cloud sect master has lost his son, he will definitely ignore exalted master Wu Yu's warning. Before the heaven fire curse mark is removed, I cannot return to the true mystic region. If not, I will be walking right into a trap. The moment I reach the true mystic region, I will fall into the hands of the Fire Cloud sect. Since the Fire Cloud sect master can sense the heavenly fire curse mark on me, it's useless no matter where I flee. He can take the shortest route to pursue me. I might as well conserve my strength and seize the time to absorb the heavenly fire curse mark. It won't be too late for me to flee when the Fire Cloud sect master arrives. I can now use the Azure Cloud Wing's maximum speed, so the Fire Cloud's sect master won't be able to catch up to me. Yixing pondered for a moment and quickly came to a decision. He did not lose his composure because of the Fire Cloud's sect master's threat. Yixing had set up a warning formation dozens of miles away. As long as someone came, he would be able to sense it immediately from dozens of miles away. This way, he would have the time to focus on powering the stellar fire seed to absorb the heavenly fire curse mark. However, before absorbing the heavenly fire curse mark, Yixing first checked the 2 middle-grade storage rings he had obtained. He wanted to see if there was anything inside that might be useful. In Yin Tianhao's storage ring, there were more than 40,000 middle-grade astral crystals, 2 superior-grade spirit weapons, and a large number of pills. Many of them were superior-grade spirit grade. There were also some spirit herbs, metal ores, and array formation materials. Other than that, there were a few books, but they weren't secret martial arts manuals. There was only one book, which was Yin Tianhao's martial arts notes. The others were either pornographic novels or Yin Tianhao's sex notes. He never expected Yin Tianhao to have such hobbies. Yixing used his astral fire to burn the pornographic novels and notes on sex to ashes. In the storage ring of a 3rd-grade array formation master, there were more than 50,000 middle-grade astral crystals, a superior-grade spirit weapon, a large number of pills, and most importantly, a large number of array formation materials. There was even a set of array flags. It was a minor success Yin-Yang Fire Serpent array flag. Under the control of an array master, it could erupt with power comparable to a 6-star enlightened master. Unfortunately, this set of array flags was an offensive array, not a defensive one. Before he could approach Yixing, he was shot dead by Yixing from afar. He didn't even have time to use this set of array flags. If an array master doesn't have a defensive array, they are most afraid of long-range attacks from archers. If it was a head-on battle, this 3rd-grade array master might not be weaker than that 6-star enlightened master. Unfortunately, under the black hole astrology, he fell into a world of darkness and was shot in the throat by me. The array's power couldn't be unleashed at all. Yixing thought to himself. He was also an array master, so he had to learn a lesson from his opponent. Of course, Yixing's own strength was heaven-defying. Arrays didn't affect his battle prowess much. He wasn't like other array masters. Although they could erupt with great power, they relied too much on arrays. If they couldn't use the arrays in time, they would be exposed. Yixing refined this set of array flags for his own use. As such, when he powered the array, he could erupt with the might of a 6-star enlightened master. Following that, Yixing began to activate the stellar fire seed to absorb the fire energy in the heaven fire curse mark. 3 days passed in a hurry. On the 4th day, before noon, Yixing's expression changed. He was suddenly jolted awake. Someone had triggered his warning array. Yixing immediately looked in the direction of the array's fluctuation. He looked into the distance and saw a middle-aged man dressed in a red robe dozens of miles away. He was flapping a superior-grade flying spirit artifact with red wings on his back. He was flying towards him at an extremely fast speed. The middle-aged man was flying at full speed. His aura leaked out and he was at the 7th stage of the Astral Dipper realm. Although Yixing had never seen the Fire Cloud sect master before, he was instantly certain that this person was the Fire Cloud sect master, Yun Xuan. The azure cloud wings spread open behind Yixing as Yixing immediately flew in the opposite direction. At the same time, Yixing controlled the scarlet flame lion bat to charge at the Fire Cloud sect master. Not long after Yixing flew forward, he heard a shrill scream behind him. Turning his head, he saw the Fire Cloud sect master slashing out a terrifying flaming sword beam. The scarlet flame lion bat was cleaved into 2, instantly killing it. Yixing's heart leaped. The flaming sword in the Fire Cloud sect master's hand was a supreme-grade spirit artifact. A supreme-grade spirit artifact was extremely sharp. If it was a superior-grade spirit artifact, it was impossible for it to cleave the scarlet flame lion bat in 2. The might of a 7th-stage Astral Dipper realm expert coupled with a supreme-grade spirit artifact was unfathomably powerful. Yixing knew that he could not be caught or he would not be able to withstand a single strike from the Fire Cloud Sect Master. Although he was very fast, it was impossible for him to be faster than the Fire Cloud Sect Master's attack speed. Once he approached, there was no way for him to block or dodge the Fire Cloud Sect Master's strike. He would probably end up like the Scarlet Flame Lion Bat, cleaved into two by the Fire Cloud Sect Master. The Fire Cloud Sect Master also saw Yixing from afar. Although his eyesight was inferior to Yixing's and he could not see clearly, he could at least make out the figure in the distance. The Fire Cloud Sect Master's gaze locked onto Yixing as he roared, "I don't care who you are. For daring to harm my son's life, I, Yun Void Flame, will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust. I will make sure you die without a burial ground." The sound waves surged over like a tidal wave. The sound waves produced by Astral Dipper's roar traveled at a much faster speed than ordinary sound waves. Despite being dozens of miles away, the sound reached Yixing's ears in 2 to 3 blinks of an eye. Yixing did not answer. Although the Fire Cloud Sect Master could see his figure from dozens of miles away, he might not be able to see his appearance. Yixing did not wish for the Fire Cloud Sect Master to hear his voice. If the Fire Cloud Sect Master were to know who he was, it would be a huge problem for him and the Meteor Shower Sect. Yixing used his azure cloud wings to fly at an extremely fast speed. Even though the Fire Cloud Sect Master was at the 7th stage of the Astral Dipper realm and had similarly gained insight into the Minute Subtlety realm, his air transportation spirit artifact was of a lower grade. His flying speed was slightly inferior to Yixing's. Of course, it was just a tiny difference. There was almost no difference. The Fire Cloud Sect Master could not catch up to Yixing, but Yixing had no way of shaking him off either. Yixing flew at full speed while circulating his astral energy. Naturally, his cultivation aura leaked out. The Fire Cloud Sect Master could sense that Yixing's cultivation level was only at the 2nd stage of the Astral Dipper realm. The Fire Cloud Sect Master was astonished. How could a 2-star perfected one kill his son, Yun Tianhao? Furthermore, there were 2 Fire Cloud Sect elders beside Yun Tianhao. One of them was a 6-star perfected one while the other was a 5th stage perfected one. He was also a 3rd stage array master. He has a supreme grade air transportation spirit artifact at the 2nd stage of the Astral Dipper realm. Even the crown prince of a 2-star empire does not receive such treatment. This person must have had an impressive fortuitous encounter and obtained the heritage of some expert. He must have quite a huge secret on him. For him to be able to kill Tianhao, junior brother Hua, and junior brother Jia, he must have some terrifying means that can kill a 6-star perfected one. However, he fled the moment he saw me. From the looks of it, his hidden trump card is still unable to deal with a 7th stage Astral Dipper realm perfected one. You're just a mere 2-star spiritual master. I'd like to see how long you can escape at such a high speed. When I catch you, not only will I peel your skin and pull out your tendons, I'll also dig out all your secrets. For a 2-star perfected one to possess a supreme grade air transportation spirit artifact and kill a 3rd stage array master and a 6-star perfected one, this person's secret must be something incredible. The Fire Cloud Sect Master's mind raced as he pursued Yixing from afar. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The Fire Cloud Sect Master possessed a 7-star destiny, but he had never encountered any great fortuitous encounters in his life. When his cultivation reached the peak of the 7th stage of the Astral Dipper realm, he was limited by his destiny and could not make any further progress. He guessed that Yixing had a huge secret on him. If he could obtain it, it would be a great opportunity for him. Perhaps, it could allow him to break through the limits of the Destiny realm and become an 8-star perfected one or even a 9-star perfected one. The 2 flew at extreme speeds, one in front and one behind. Soon, more than 2 hours passed. In front of Yixing, a flaming mountain that was 10,000 feet tall appeared. When ordinary people saw the flaming mountain, they would naturally circle to the side. However, when Yixing saw the flaming mountain, his expression changed as his eyes lit up. At that moment, Yixing was fleeing and was on high alert. Furthermore, he would often use his azure eyes to look into the distance. From time to time, he would look behind him to see the distance between him and the fire cloud sect master. In Yi Xing's azure eyes, the flaming mountains suddenly changed. Chapter 443. The flaming mountain peak was illusory in the eye of blue clouds. It was like the air, drifting erratically. Yi Xing was shocked. This flaming mountain peak was obviously an illusion, not a real mountain peak. Suddenly, Yi Xing scanned with his super brain and saw through it. There was no flaming mountain peak in front of him, but an open valley. In the deepest part of the valley, there was a stone house. This valley was shrouded by a level 3 illusion array, so it looked like a flaming mountain peak from the outside. When ordinary people saw the flaming mountain peak, they would naturally take a detour instead of running into it. Obviously, the array master who set up this level 3 illusion array didn't want others to enter this valley. A level 3 illusion array at level 3 is enough to trap an advanced Star Gang realm venerable. Even if I get rid of Master Fire Cloud now, he can still catch up with me using the Heaven Fire Curse seal. If he is trapped in this level 3 illusion array, I will have enough time to absorb the Heaven Fire Curse seal. Yi Xing thought. He didn't take a detour around the flaming mountain peak. Instead, he rushed straight to the flaming mountain peak to break into the level 3 illusion array. If this was a level 3 killing array at level 3, Yi Xing certainly wouldn't dare to break in. A level 3 killing array at level 3 could kill an advanced Star Gang realm venerable. Yi Xing would be courting death if he broke in. Even if he had the superbrain to scan the formation and see its flaws, it would be useless if he was not strong enough. With Yi Xing's current strength, he was not strong enough to break a grade 3 greater mastery killing formation, and he would not be able to withstand it. When Yi Xing broke into the illusion array, a hot breath hit him in the face. He felt like he was burning in a flame, and his whole body was burning. Even though Yi Xing saw through the level 3 illusion array, the feeling was still very strong. If he didn't see through it, he might really think that he was burning in a sea of fire. If he took it seriously, his body would react, and his body would really be burned. He wouldn't be far from death. A level 3 array at level 3 killing array at level 3 is really extraordinary. Even though I can see through the array, it's still very dangerous to be in it. After Yi Xing entered the array, he was shocked. The illusion array was not completely illusory. It also had a certain array effect. Furthermore, after entering, Yi Xing realized that this illusory formation was not a simple illusory formation. There were also trapping and killing formations hidden within. Before the illusory formation was activated, the trapping formation and the killing formation did not exist. However, once someone entered the illusory formation, the hidden trapping formation and killing formation would be activated. However, the illusory array was still the main one. The trapping array was only used to prevent people from entering the array from retreating. As for the killing array, it was only a very small part of the array. Only when someone entered the killing array's trigger point would the killing array be activated and attack. Yi Xing used the astral energy to protect his body. He found a weak spot in the illusory magic array and stood still. Only then could he withstand the scorching heat of the magic array. Yi Xing used his penetrating vision and saw several corpses in the valley. They should be cultivators who had mistakenly entered the array, and all of them had died in the array. Yi Xing thought to himself, Fire Cloud Sect Master, if you were to enter the array with me, this array will be your burial ground. As for whether he could leave, Yi Xing was not worried at all. He only needed to spend some time to fully understand Supremacy Azure Cloud's array knowledge and become a level 3 array grandmaster. When that happened, he could even crack the array in the valley. Not long later, the Fire Cloud Sect Master arrived near the Flaming Mountain. The Fire Cloud Sect Master did not pursue Yi Xing as he expected. Instead, he stopped near the Flaming Mountain. Yi Xing never expected that the Fire Cloud Sect Master was not only at the 7th stage of the Astral Stellar Realm, he was also a level 3 array grandmaster. If it were any other day, he would have casually swept his gaze across the Flaming Mountain. He would not have paid any attention to it and would have taken a detour if he encountered it. But today, he had been pursuing Yixing the entire time. When he saw Yixing fly into the flaming mountain, he carefully sized up the flaming mountain. As a level 3 array grandmaster, the Fire Cloud Sect Master quickly realized that the flaming mountain was illusory. Even Corpse Dao warriors rarely appear in the periphery of the Sky Corpse mountain range. There's actually a level 3 illusion array at the phenomenal success stage. How odd. If one doesn't observe carefully, who would have thought that the flaming mountain is illusory? The Sky Corpse mountain range is vast, and this isn't a place where corpse jade is produced. Even if warriors come, they would only pass by in a hurry. Who would have thought that there would be a level 3 illusion array at the phenomenal success stage? Who exactly is it that set up this formation? What exactly is the person who set up this formation trying to hide? The Fire Cloud Sect Master stood outside the flaming mountain. His mind raced as he guessed. I'm a level 3 array grandmaster. A level 3 illusion array at the phenomenal success stage can't do anything to me. The aura of the heavenly fire hex seal is in the flaming mountain. That person clearly did not choose his path in his panic and accidentally entered the array, resulting in him being trapped inside. Once I enter the array, I'll capture him alive and slowly deal with him. The Fire Cloud Sect Master revealed a look of confidence. As a person at the 7th Astral Star Realm and a level 3 array grandmaster, the Fire Cloud Sect Master did not think much of a level 3 illusion array at the phenomenal success stage. The flaming wings on his back flapped as the Fire Cloud Sect Master charged towards the flaming mountain and entered the illusion array. The Fire Cloud Sect Master did not have Yixing's see-through vision or superbrain scanning abilities. The moment he entered the illusion array, he saw a sea of fire. He was in the sea of fire with nowhere to land. Furthermore, the scorching flames immediately spread to the Fire Cloud Sect Master's body and began burning. What a scorching flame aura! The level 3 array grandmaster who set up this array formation is much better than me in terms of array formations. The Fire Cloud Sect Master was alarmed. Following that, a layer of ethereal flames burned in his body, blocking out the flame aura in the array formation. Yixing's see-through vision allowed him to see the Fire Cloud Sect Master the moment he entered the array. He was not very far from him, but the Fire Cloud Sect Master was affected by the illusion array, preventing him from seeing Yixing. Yixing sneered and thought to himself, after entering a phenomenal success stage 3 array formation, even if you are an exalted person, there is only death awaiting you. Even if you aren't killed by the array formation, you will be trapped here until your death. However, the smile on Yixing's face only lasted for an instant before it turned into a look of shock. The Fire Cloud Sect Master suddenly threw out 2 array flags and placed them on his left and right. Instantly, the array formation around the Fire Cloud Sect Master changed. The illusion vanished as the Fire Cloud Sect Master's gaze shot straight at Yixing. It was filled with ruthlessness and mockery. Holy sh*T. It's a level 3 array grandmaster. Yixing immediately felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. He was immediately alarmed. A level 3 array grandmaster was a terrifying existence. If they had sufficient array formation materials and set up an array formation, they would be invincible among high-level exalted astral star realm cultivators. A level 3 array grandmaster could kill as many exalted astral star as they set up their array formation. Some powerful level 3 killing arrays at phenomenal success stage could even reduce a 9th stage exalted astral star realm cultivator to dregs. In the true mystic domain, the number of level 3 array grandmasters did not exceed 10. They were much fewer than high-level exalted astral star realm cultivators. Not every sect in the 9 high sects had a level 3 array grandmaster. Yixing clearly did not expect the Fire Cloud Sect Master to be one of them. A level 3 array grandmaster naturally had the ability to crack a phenomenal success stage 3 array formation. Even if there were killing arrays and trapping arrays hidden in the illusion array, they could still crack it. It would just take a little longer. However, no matter how long it took, 8 to 10 days should be enough, right? Furthermore, there were differences in array formation skills between level 3 array grandmasters. If the Fire Cloud Sect Master's array formation skills were higher than the array grandmaster who set up the level 3 illusion array, then the cracking of the array formation would be much faster. It might only take a day or two. And for Yixing, what could he do in a day or two? Even if he was given 8 to 10 days, he would not be able to fully understand Supremacy Qin Yun's array formation knowledge. According to his estimations, he would need at least a month. Now, Yixing was trapped in the level 3 illusion array. He could not leave. As long as the Fire Cloud Sect Master cracked the array formation, his death would come. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I miscalculated this time. I thought that luring the Fire Cloud Sect Master into a level 3 array formation would kill him. I never expected him to be a level 3 array grandmaster. A phenomenal success stage 3 array formation would not be able to do anything to him without an array master controlling it. I didn't manage to kill him this time, but I ended up killing myself. There are so few level 3 array grandmasters. The number of them in the true mystic region can be counted with one's fingers. Why does the Fire Cloud Sect Master have to be one? This is 2F*** King ridiculous. Yixing was too deep for tears. He could not help but feel nervous. This time was different from the past. Although he was not on the brink of death, he was already in a dire situation. There was no hope for him. However, Yixing's superbrain was powerful, especially the black hole astrological aspect at his glabella. It was constantly spinning, allowing Yixing to quickly calm down. Although I'm in a dire situation, it's not the time for me to die. There will be a way out when the time comes. I can't despair until the very last moment. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better. With this thought in mind, Yixing immediately calmed down. He regained his calm demeanor. The Fire Cloud Sect Master looked coldly at Yixing. He noticed the changes in Yixing's expression and said coldly, "You will die in this place. You're going to die in this formation. You're going to be burned to death by the raging flames, leaving only a skeleton behind. You're going to end up in an incomparably miserable state. Why don't you tell me your secret? This sect master will rescue you from the formation and give you a decent death." As the Fire Cloud Sect Master spoke, he walked towards Yixing. 2 array flags were erected beside him, changing the surrounding array formation. He walked through the array formation as though he was taking a stroll. He was not affected by the array formation at all. A level 3 array grandmaster was indeed extraordinary. However, Yixing knew very well that this was because there was no trigger point for the killing array. If the Fire Cloud Sect Master were to trigger the killing array, the outcome would be different. Yixing did not answer the Fire Cloud Sect Master and immediately ran deep into the valley. In a blink of an eye, he vanished from the Fire Cloud Sect Master's sight. Chapter 444. Yixing quickly disappeared under the Fire Cloud Sect Master's eyes. This time, it was the Fire Cloud Sect Master's turn to be dumbfounded. This was a level 3 illusion array at the phenomenal success stage. Even a high-level astral stellar realm cultivator would have to tread carefully and cautiously in it. Even the Fire Cloud Sect Master, as a level 3 array grandmaster, appeared to be strolling leisurely with the 2 array flags, but he was actually on high alert. He did not dare relax at all. However, Yixing had vanished without a trace. The Fire Cloud Sect Master strolled leisurely, but Yixing had vanished without a trace. He was running. He actually dared to run in a level 3 array formation at the phenomenal success stage. Even a figure like the Fire Cloud Sect Master was taken aback by Yixing's actions. Could it be that this array formation looks powerful, but it's only strong in appearance? It's not a big deal. The Fire Cloud Sect Master could not help but wonder. He could sense the heavenly fire seal and knew that Yixing was moving rapidly. Even a 2-star perfected one dares to move quickly in an array formation. I'm the Fire Cloud Sect Master, a level 3 array grandmaster. How can I not compare to him? The Fire Cloud Sect Master's pride was stirred up by Yixing. He locked onto the heavenly fire seal's aura and sped up his pace, chasing after Yixing. Just as the Fire Cloud Sect Master walked dozens of meters forward, a terrifying aura emanated from his surroundings. It caused his expression to change. He saw 4 fire dragons suddenly appear in the surrounding sea of fire. Each fire dragon was 100 meters long. They had fire scales, fire armor, and fire claws. They were all lifelike. The terrifying aura came from the 4 fire dragons. They were not illusory fire dragons, but real fire dragons. It's a killing array. A phenomenal success stage 3 killing array. The Fire Cloud Sect Master was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. His hair instantly stood on end as he was appalled. A phenomenal success stage 3 killing array could kill high-level astral stellar realm cultivators. Even though the Fire Cloud Sect Master was an exalted 1 and a level 3 array grandmaster, he did not dare belittle a phenomenal success stage 3 killing array. Killing arrays were different from trapping arrays, illusory arrays, or other arrays with different functions. The function of a killing array was very simple, and that was to kill people. If one fell into the killing array, one would die. So what if one was a formation grandmaster? Once one was trapped in a killing formation, there was no time for one to break the formation. If one was unable to withstand the attacks, only death awaited them. At the instant he saw the 4 fire dragons, the Fire Cloud Sect Master immediately circulated his stellar energy and activated the 2 array flags beside him. The 2 array flags instantly expanded to more than double in size as they revolved around Fire Cloud Sect leader. Countless flaming beams connected head to tail, forming a circular flaming shield that surrounded Fire Cloud Sect leader. Following that, the flaming shield carried the Fire Cloud Sect Master away from the 4 fire dragons. At the same instant, the 4 fire dragons' auras surged as they charged at the Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch. One of them slammed into his head, one spewed out a flaming dragon breath, one reached out with a flaming claw, and one swung its body, lashing out with a gigantic flaming dragon tail like a whip. Bam! 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 The 4 fire dragons' attacks clashed with the flaming shield, producing explosive booms. The flaming shield was sent flying as Fire Cloud Sect Master fell to the side, spewing blood. A flaming barrier immediately appeared around Fire Cloud Sect Master's body, isolating him from the burning aura of the array formation. He looked at the 4 fire dragons that had vanished into the distance and felt a lingering fear. Thankfully, I was always prepared to destroy the defensive array formation. If not, it would have been useless no matter how good my array formation skills were. I would have been reduced to a corpse by now. Fire Cloud Sect Master sighed inwardly. He raised his hand and beckoned, retrieving the 2 array flags that had been sent flying. Tiny cracks had appeared on the 2 array flags. Taking out some array formation materials, Fire Cloud Sect Master raised his hand and ignited a raging flame. He quickly refined the array formation materials into the array flags, restoring the cracks on the 2 array flags to their original state. Sensing that the heavenly fire seal was still rapidly moving and was approaching the deepest depths of the valley, Fire Cloud Sect Master was alarmed. He muttered to himself, could this array formation be set up by this punk? How is that possible? How can a mere 2-star perfected one be a 3rd-level formation grandmaster? But if he isn't, how can he come and go so freely in the array formation? Fire Cloud Sect Master was perplexed and deeply shocked. That's not right. If he can come and go as he pleases, why doesn't he escape outside? Why does he run even deeper? Fire Cloud Sect Master had an epiphany as he suddenly realized a problem. If he were to escape outside, wouldn't he be safe with me trapped in the array formation? Now, he has entered the deepest depths of the valley. Once I crack the array formation here, he won't be able to escape. From the looks of it, he has some means that allows him to avoid the attacks of the killing array, but he is unable to crack the trapping array. All he can do is head deeper into the valley. As long as I crack the array formation, he will be doomed. Fire Cloud Sect Master's guess was correct. Yixing was unable to crack the trapping array and could only head deeper into the valley. With his see-through vision and his superbrain scanning, Yixing could tell at a glance the array formation in the valley. He was always able to take the safest route and avoid all the killing arrays. Finally, Yixing arrived in front of the stone house in the deepest depths of the valley. Since he could not leave, staying in the illusory array was ultimately not a solution. Yixing entered the stone house. The moment he entered the stone house, the scorching array formation aura immediately vanished. Replacing it was an extreme coldness. The Een aura in the stone house was astounding. It was stronger than any spot Yixing had visited in the Skycorp's mountain range. Under normal circumstances, a purple yang pill could last 3 days in the Skycorp's mountain range's Een aura. And in places with rich Een aura, it could last for 2 days. At worst, it would last for a day. However, the moment Yixing entered the stone house, he immediately felt the depletion of the purple yang pills in his body increase several-fold. In this place, it would probably take half a day at most to consume a purple yang pill. The stone house had rich Een aura and was extremely dark. It was like a haunted house. However, Yixing's insights into the darkness force had reached the minute's subtlety. The darkness could not obstruct his vision. He could see everything in the stone house clearly. This was a very large stone room. It was 6 meters wide and 8 meters long. In the middle of the stone room, there was a coffin. Yixing immediately used his super brain to scan the coffin. There was a corpse lying inside. It was a corpse. It was unknown how many years it had been dead, but the corpse had not decomposed. Because of the Een aura, the corpse was no different from when it had died. It was just that it had not been exposed to sunlight for a long time, so it was very pale. This made Yixing immediately think of a corpse path martial artist. No wonder there was an illusory array set up outside to hide this valley. Moreover, there were trapping and killing arrays set up in the illusory array to kill martial artists who mistakenly entered. It turns out that after someone died, they wanted to become a corpse path martial artist and deliberately found such a place. It is said that it takes a long time for a dead person to absorb Een aura to revive. The Een aura here is extremely rich. Obviously, being buried here can greatly reduce the time it takes to revive. It is the fastest way to become a corpse path martial artist. After a corpse path martial artist regains consciousness, they no longer have the memories of their previous life. They also have no emotions. There are actually people who deliberately want to become such a monster. This is really abnormal. Yixing withdrew his scanning gaze. Looking at the corpse in the coffin, he felt very disgusted. The reason why there were so many corpse path martial artists in the Skycorp's mountain range was not only because there were countless corpses of martial artists buried here in ancient times. It was also because some martial artists were unwilling to die and wanted to continue living. Therefore, they chose to stay in the Skycorp's mountain range and become the living dead. Although after becoming a living corpse, they no longer had the consciousness they had when they were alive. Instead, they were just another monster. But, there were always some martial artists who couldn't get over it. They always thought that this was another way to extend their lives. Before there was a better way to extend their lives, there were still some martial artists who threw themselves into the Heavenly Corpse mountain range one after another. This method was spurned by others. Normal martial artists would not allow anyone to do so. Therefore, those who were buried in the Skycorp's mountain range could only be secretly buried. This was the reason why this burial ground was covered by an illusory array. Of course, this was not the only reason. There was another reason, which was also very important. Yixing's gaze fell on a stone table at the end of the stone room. There were some things on the table that made Yixing's eyes light up and his heart beat faster. On the left side of the stone table, there was a box filled with corpse jade. In the middle of the stone table, there was an even bigger box filled with mid-grade star crystals. On the right side of the stone table, there was a set of equipment. It was divided into a helmet, armor, gloves, and boots. All of them were supreme-grade spirit artifacts. A box full of corpse jade, a box full of mid-grade star crystals, and a set of 4 supreme-grade spirit artifacts. This was a huge harvest. Yi Xing was excited, but he did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he carefully observed the stone room and continued to scan it with his super brain. After confirming that there was no danger, he walked over to the stone table. Yi Xing's gaze first fell on the 4 supreme-grade spirit artifacts and he sighed inwardly. This is a 4-piece supreme-grade spirit artifact set. Oh my god, a supreme-grade spirit artifact is worth more than 10 high-grade spirit artifacts. This set of supreme-grade spirit artifacts is simply a priceless treasure that can only be found by chance. Apart from weapons, the rest of the spirit artifacts were very rare. Yi Xing had not even seen a high-grade spirit artifact set before, let alone a 4-piece supreme-grade spirit artifact set. The box in the middle of the table contained about 100,000 mid-grade star crystals. However, Yi Xing only glanced at it. 100,000 mid-grade star crystals was a huge sum for a mid-grade perfected person. However, to Yi Xing, 100,000 mid-grade star crystals were the least important thing on the table. Yi Xing's gaze fell on the box full of corpse jade. He counted it and found that there were 24 pieces of corpse jade. There were 3 pieces each from the 1st grade to 8th grade spirit artifacts. There are so many corpse jades. Just 3 grade 7 corpse jades are enough for me to break through to the 3rd level of the astral realm. With the addition of 3 grade 8 corpse jades, I can consolidate my cultivation at the 3rd level of the astral realm and accelerate my breakthrough to the 4th level of the astral realm. Yi Xing looked at the 24 pieces of corpse jade and was overjoyed. Chapter 445. Soon, he would be able to break through to become a 3-star venerable. Furthermore, he would be able to obtain a set of supreme-grade spiritual artifacts and 100,000 mid-grade astral crystals. This was a huge opportunity, a huge opportunity. However, after a moment of joy, Yi Xing's expression turned grim again. Needless to say, this was a huge gain. However, he was in a bad situation. Even if he broke through to become a 3-star venerable, Yi Xing was not the Fire Cloud Sect Master's match. If he could not escape the Fire Cloud Sect Master's attack, then this huge opportunity would not be Yi Xing's, but the Fire Cloud Sect Master, Yun Xuan's. This made Yi Xing feel vexed. There are words engraved on the table? Yi Xing suddenly exclaimed. He realized that be it the chest containing the mid-grade astral crystals or the 4 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts, there were words engraved on them. Yi Xing stored the corpse jade, mid-grade astral crystals, and supreme-grade spiritual artifacts into his storage ring. The table was now empty, revealing all the engraved words. Tianfen, after you become a corpse Dao warrior and absorb the corpse jade on the table, you will reach the 5th level of the astral realm. You will possess a certain level of intelligence and will be able to understand the words on the table. Your name is Tianfen. I am your father, Supremacy Crimson Inferno. I do not know when you will wake up. The day you will be buried will be June, year 9889 of the Dayuan calendar. I, Supremacy Crimson Inferno, have reigned supreme my entire life. Although I'm only a half-step supremacy, I have killed 3 1-star supremacies. No one dares to disrespect me when I travel the world. My son, Tianfen, you are talented and intelligent. You have a 9-star yellow fate, and your cultivation talent is greater than mine. At the age of 30, you have broken through to the 8th level of the astral realm. In time to come, you will definitely reach my accomplishments, or even surpass me and become a true supremacy. However, you are only 31 years old, in the prime of your life. Just because you raped and killed a princess of the Azure Dragon Empire, the Emperor of the Azure Dragon Empire, Supremacy Xingyu, did not care about my face and killed you. Hate. 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 Father's hatred overflows the heavens, and I want to avenge you. Of the 3 1-star venerables I killed in my life, 2 of them were venerables from the Azure Dragon Empire's long family. Unfortunately, I haven't reached the astral reaching realm yet, so I am not Long Xingyu's opponent after all. I have been severely wounded by him, and I don't have long to live. But, I have yet to avenge my son. How can I be willing to die like this? However, there was no way to prolong one's life in this world. Only in the heavenly corpse mountain range could one become a corpse martial artist and live forever. Moreover, one's aptitude was not limited. They only needed corpse jades to infinitely increase their cultivation. If one day, I can become a corpse king, I won't be affected by the yin qi of the heavenly corpse mountain range. I can leave the heavenly corpse mountain range and travel the world. Only by becoming a corpse Dao martial artist can I prolong my life and have the hope of revenge. In the heavenly corpse mountain range, I found 2 yin confluent springs. The yin qi in those springs is much stronger than anywhere else. If you are buried in them, you will be able to come back to life after 100 years or so. Tianfen, I will bury you in the yin confluent springs. I will leave behind enough corpse jades for you to cultivate to the 5th layer of the astral star realm, 100,000 mid-grade star crystals, and the Scarlet Flame set that I used when I was alive. The Scarlet Flame set was an extreme grade set of spirit tools. It was divided into 4 extreme grade spirit tools: the Scarlet Flame helmet, the Scarlet Flame gloves, the Scarlet Flame battle armor, and the Scarlet Flame battle boots. When combined together and activated with mid-grade star crystals, it could display the strength of a high-level astral star realm. This was a treasure that I obtained from an ancient ruin. Each of them was not an ordinary extreme-grade spirit tool. They could be refined into the body and used at any time. After forming the set, the Scarlet Flame set had a total of 108 grooves. When activated with 36 mid-grade star crystals, it could display the strength of a 7th-layer astral star realm. When activated with 72 mid-grade star crystals, it could display the strength of an 8th-layer astral star realm. When activated with 108 mid-grade star crystals, it could display the strength of a 9th-layer astral star realm. Every time the Scarlet Flame set was activated, it could last for half an hour. Once the time was up, it would need to be reactivated with mid-grade star crystals. The 100,000 mid-grade star crystals that I left behind were for you to activate the Scarlet Flame set. Corpse Dao martial artists cultivate their bodies, so equipment is not very useful. However, before you reach the 9th layer of the astral star realm, the Scarlet Flame set could greatly increase your strength. When you wake up and absorb the corpse jades, you will become a 5th-layer astral star realm corpse Dao martial artist with a trace of intelligence. When you read the words on the table, you will refine the Scarlet Flame set and leave this place. You have the formation patterns that I engraved on your body. You can pass through the formation directly. Then, walk 100,000 miles to the north and find me at the Yin Spring. Even though we are corpse Dao martial artists, we are still father and son. We will cultivate together. When we become corpse kings one day, we will walk out of the Sky Corpse mountain range, destroy the Blue Dragon Empire, and massacre the Long family to take revenge. I am the Scarlet Flame Venerable. Engraved on the 10th day of the 7th month, year 9890 of the Dayuan era. Yi Xing read the engravings on the table. Other than shock, there was only shock in his heart. These words greatly broadened his knowledge. Firstly, when corpse Dao martial artists reached a certain level, they would gain intelligence. The higher their cultivation, the higher their intelligence. Although they did not have the memories of their previous life, if they knew the deeds of their previous life, even if they did not have the memories of their previous life, they could still barely be themselves. Secondly, when corpse Dao martial artists cultivated into corpse kings, they would not be affected by the yin qi of the Sky Corpse mountain range. They could leave the Sky Corpse mountain range and travel the world. In this way, Yi Xing could understand why some martial artists were willing to become corpse Dao martial artists after death. It turned out that after becoming a corpse Dao martial artist, there was still a chance for them to regain their freedom. Of course, this hope was very slim. Becoming a corpse king was not even worth thinking about. It was very difficult. However, Yi Xing could only understand and not accept it. In his opinion, even if one became a corpse king, he was still a monster. He was no longer a real person. Among the words on the table, what excited Yi Xing the most was the introduction of the crimson flame suit. This made Yi Xing's heart palpitate with excitement. He was overjoyed. The crimson flame suit was obtained by the scarlet flame venerable from an ancient ruin. It was very special and could be refined into the body. Furthermore, it could be powered by mid-grade astral crystals, producing the strength of a venerable. This allowed Yi Xing, who was in a desperate situation, to see the hope of survival. As long as he refined the crimson flame suit, he would no longer be afraid of the fire cloud sect master. He had plenty of mid-grade astral crystals, and to use the crimson flame suit to the strength of a venerable 9-star, he only needed 108 mid-grade astral crystals. Although it could only last for about 15 minutes, it was enough to do many things. It was enough time to kill 10 fire cloud sect masters. Having survived a desperate situation, Yi Xing was naturally overjoyed. He was extremely excited. Although the Scarlet Flame Venerable and his son, Tian Fun, didn't have good characters, the Crimson Flame suit was left to his son by Supremacy Scarlet Flame. As for Yi Xing, he had only obtained it by chance. Furthermore, if not for Yi Xing's superbrain scanning ability, he would probably have died in the array formation that Supremacy Scarlet Flame had set up outside. However, Yi Xing was still grateful to Supremacy Scarlet Flame. Fire Cloud Sect Master, oh Fire Cloud Sect Master, feel free to crack the array. When you crack the array, you will definitely not expect what you will face. Yi Xing muttered to himself. The corners of his mouth curled up as he revealed a confident smile. Yi Xing first set up a defensive array formation around him to prevent Tian Fun from suddenly waking up in the coffin and injuring others. Then, Yi Xing took out the 4 pieces of the Crimson Flame suit. He first began refining the Crimson Flame helmet. Corpse Dao warriors cultivated their bodies and had very little stellar energy. In order to allow his son to refine the Crimson Flame suit, Supremacy Scarlet Flame had erased the mark he left in the Crimson Flame suit. The 4 supreme-grade spirit artifacts were ownerless, so it was not difficult for Yi Xing to refine them. Soon, the Crimson Flame helmet was refined. Yi Xing picked up 2 Crimson Flame gloves, followed by the Crimson Flame armor and finally the 2 Crimson Flame combat boots. In less than 4 hours, the 4 supreme-grade spirit artifacts were refined by Yi Xing. The 4 supreme-grade spirit artifacts were indeed special. They could be refined into the body, similar to an air transportation spirit artifact. And according to what Yi Xing knew, other than air transportation spirit artifacts, other spirit artifacts could not be stored into the body. It was obvious that the Crimson Flame suit was somewhat special as a spirit artifact set from ancient times. With a thought from Yi Xing, the Crimson Flame suit that had been refined into his body immediately appeared in front of him. From head to toe, it wrapped him tightly. It was no wonder the Crimson Flame suit was not worn from the outside, but directly refined into the body before being displayed. Yi Xing discovered that the Crimson Flame suit that enveloped his body was a complete entity. It was not connected by the 4 items. As such, the Crimson Flame suit's defense was flawless. Similarly, the entire suit could not be taken off or worn. It could only be manifested. In the Crimson Flame suit, Yi Xing noticed that there were 108 indentations. They had yet to be embedded with mid-grade astral crystals. However, Yi Xing could sense that his present strength was much stronger than usual. The Crimson Flame suit greatly increased his strength. Even without using mid-grade astral crystals, I should have the ability to protect myself in front of the Fire Cloud Sect Master. Although his supreme-grade spirit artifact sword is sharp, it is absolutely impossible for it to destroy the Crimson Flame suit. With me wearing the Crimson Flame suit, my defense is practically invincible. Yi Xing thought to himself. After taking a few steps, he did not feel any discomfort. Wearing the Crimson Flame suit did not affect his movements. However, what left Yi Xing speechless was that the Crimson Flame suit did not live up to its name. It did not have any flames, nor did it augment the strength of the fiery astral. Furthermore, it was not red in color but black. The helmet is a skull. On the two shoulders of the armor, there are two skulls. On the chest of the armor, there is a skull. On the back of the two gloves, there are two skulls. At the knees of the combat boots, there are two skulls. This suit should be called the Black Skull suit. From the looks of it, after Supremacy Crimson Flame obtained it, he named it the Crimson Flame suit. Since I took the treasure you gave your son, I'll respect the name you came up with. The Crimson Flame suit shall remain as such. Yi Xing thought to himself. With a thought, the Crimson Flame suit vanished and was stored away in his body. It was very convenient. Chapter 446. After refining the Crimson Flame set, Yi Xing felt completely at ease. No matter when the Fire Cloud sect leader cracked the array and entered the stone hut, Yi Xing was fearless. He stood in a position of absolute victory. With a large number of corpse jades on hand, Yi Xing naturally had to absorb the corpse jades to break through to the third stage of the astral star realm. Yi Xing first used the astral fire seed to slowly refine the aura of death in the 3 7th grade spirit-ranked corpse jades. Then, he began absorbing them for cultivation. Yi Xing's cultivation level had already reached the peak of the second stage of the astral star realm. Every time he absorbed more stellar energy, his cultivation level would increase. When his accumulation reached a certain level, he would be able to break through the barrier of the third stage of the astral star realm and become a 3-star sage. At the end of last year, Yi Xing had broken through to the astral star realm at the Young Hero Assembly, becoming a 1-star sage. Now, it was only the end of June, but he could already break through to the third stage of the astral star realm. At this speed, Yi Xing would have enough time to break through to the 4th stage of the astral star realm before the year-end East Divine Continent Junior Genius Tournament. Breaking through to the 4th stage of the astral star realm would not be too difficult. Yi Xing believed that if he became a 4-star sage, he would definitely be able to obtain an excellent ranking in the East Divine Continent Junior Genius Tournament. He might even have a chance of getting first place. By absorbing a corpse jade a day, Yi Xing's cultivation level rapidly increased. 3 days later, Yi Xing had finished absorbing the 3 7th grade spirit-ranked corpse jades. His cultivation level had reached its limit, and it was finally time to break through to the third stage of the astral star realm. In his body, Yi Xing's stellar energy circulated like a surging river, producing the sound of water crashing. Every meridian was connected to the black hole stellar vortex. There was an invisible barrier that controlled the flow of stellar energy. Even though Yi Xing's stellar energy was surging to an extreme, the amount of stellar energy he could use was limited. He could only reach the limit of a 2-star sage. As long as he broke through that invisible barrier, the connection between Yi Xing's meridians and stellar vortex would be smoother. The stellar energy would be faster, and the stellar energy would be able to produce more power. That was the difference between different realms after a breakthrough in cultivation. The accumulation this time was very sufficient. Yi Xing didn't spend much time to break through the barrier of the astral star realm level 3. His cultivation base naturally broke through and he became a 3-star venerable. Before the Dongfu sect master, Watanabe Xiong, became a 4-star venerable, 3-star venerable was the pinnacle of martial artists in the southern part of the Qingyun region. At that time, among the 6 sects in the southern part of the Qingyun region, the cultivator with the highest cultivation base was a 3-star sage. Now, Yi Xing had also reached this realm. Moreover, Yi Xing's strength far surpassed venerable 3 stars in the southern part of the Qingyun region. If the southern part of the Qingyun region was a pond and the martial artists were the fish in the pond, then from now on, Yi Xing would become a big fish that the pond could not contain. Not only would the southern part of the Qingyun region not be able to contain this big fish, even the entire Qingyun region wouldn't be able to contain him. In the true Xian domain, the pond would be too small. Now that Yi Xing had the Scarlet Flame suit, his strength was not inferior to any of the experts in the true Xian domain. Even if it was the person ranked first on the Heavenly Profound ranking, Yi Xing had full confidence in dealing with him. For a big fish like Yi Xing, only the entire East Divine Continent, the entire Star Continent, could allow him to freely fly and roam. As Yixing walked further on the path of martial arts, he needed a bigger stage to show his elegance. After breaking through to the 3-star Venerable, Yixing refined all the other corpse jades to remove the death aura. Then, he continued to absorb the 3 8th grade spiritual grade corpse jades to cultivate. Yixing's astral energy was very strong, so the astral energy he needed to cultivate was much higher than martial artists of the same level. In fact, it was even higher than the astral energy a 5 celestial enlightened master needed. A 5-star Venerable required 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jades to have the best cultivation effect. 7th grade and 8th grade spiritual grade corpse jades were also effective, but they were much weaker. As for the lower grade ones, they had no effect at all. Corpse jades from the 1st to the 6th grade of the spiritual grade had no effect on Yixing's cultivation. Yixing planned to bring them back to the Falling Star sect in the future for the martial saint disciples of the Falling Star sect to cultivate. 8th grade spiritual grade corpse jades, although less effective, were better than nothing. They could also quickly consolidate Yixing's cultivation. Of course, he continued to absorb them for cultivation. After becoming a 3-star Venerable, Yixing's speed of absorbing corpse jades became faster. He could still absorb 1 8th grade spiritual grade corpse jade a day. After absorbing 3 8th grade spiritual grade corpse jades, Yixing's cultivation had consolidated to the late stages of the 3rd astral realm. From the late stages of the 3rd astral realm to the peak, he needed at least 3 8th grade spiritual grade corpse jades. From the peak of the 3rd astral realm to the 4th astral realm, he needed at least 3 8th grade spiritual grade corpse jades. In addition to the ones from before, Yixing needed about 9 8th grade spiritual grade corpse jades to break through to the 4-star Venerable realm. Converted to 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jades, that was 3 pieces. As for a 5-star Venerable to break through to the 6-star Venerable realm, they typically only needed 2 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jades. It was obvious that the star energy Yixing needed to cultivate was about 50% higher than other 5-star Venerables. After all, a 5-star Venerable's cultivation technique heritage was not as high as Yixing's. By the time Yixing finished absorbing the 3 8th grade spiritual grade corpse jades, 6 days had already passed. The Fire Cloud sect master still had not cracked the array to enter the stone hut. Previously, Yixing wished that the Fire Cloud sect master would crack the array at a slower pace. But now, Yixing felt that the Fire Cloud sect master's cracking speed was too slow. It's been 6 days and the Fire Cloud sect master still hasn't cracked the array outside. From the looks of it, his rank as a level 3 array grandmaster is nothing. He must be one of the worst level 3 array grandmasters. Yixing said in a pretentious manner. He had completely forgotten how shocked and appalled he was when he first learned that the Fire Cloud sect master was a level 3 array grandmaster. Without the Fire Cloud sect master, Yixing had plenty of things to do. After refining the Crimson Flame set and absorbing the corpse jades, Yixing began to study the array knowledge that Supremacy Azure Cloud had imparted to him. Supremacy Crimson Flame had left behind so many corpse jades for his son. Furthermore, there was a Crimson Flame set that cost 100,000 middle-grade astral crystals. There was definitely more in his tomb. 50,000 kilometers north, at the superior Een Spring where the Een twin springs converged, was Supremacy Crimson Flame's burial ground. Since Yixing knew of it, he naturally would not let it go. Yixing did not feel any pressure taking the items of a corpse Dao warrior. Supremacy Crimson Flame had set up a level 3 illusion array at his son's burial ground, as well as a killing array and a trapping array. There were definitely more array formations set up in his burial ground. If one was not a level 3 array grandmaster, there was no way one could crack the array formations in Supremacy Crimson Flame's burial ground. As such, Yixing needed to study Supremacy Azure Cloud's array knowledge to break through to level 3 array grandmaster. In a blink of an eye, another day passed. It was already the 7th day since Yixing entered the stone hut. After 7 days and 7 nights of hard work, the Fire Cloud sect master finally cracked the illusion array and killing array outside. He arrived outside the stone hut. Here's the 5th update. Make up for the previous day's first update and yesterday's second update. If you take time off due to matters in reality, it's not considered a lack of updates. Due to personal emotions, it's a lack of updates. You should make up for it. Today's 5th update is purely to make up for it. I'm not asking for monthly votes. Brothers, if you can give me a free recommendation vote, I'll be very grateful. Chapter 447. The illusory and killing arrays had been destroyed, but the trapping array remained. The Fire Cloud sect leader had deliberately not cracked the trapping array. As such, the mountain valley had become a land of death. Yi Xing had a supreme-grade air transportation spirit artifact on him. His speed was in no way inferior to the Fire Cloud sect leader. As a safety precaution, the Fire Cloud sect leader naturally left the trapping array intact. It made it impossible for Yi Xing to escape. As such, even if Yi Xing had means to dodge a sure kill strike, there was nowhere for him to escape. Only death awaited him. However, the Fire Cloud sect leader did not consider that by cutting off Yi Xing's path of retreat, he was also cutting off his own path of retreat. The Fire Cloud sect leader was stronger than Yi Xing, so Yi Xing naturally had nowhere to run. What if Yi Xing was stronger than the Fire Cloud sect leader? It would become the Fire Cloud sect leader having nowhere to run. Of course, the Fire Cloud sect leader absolutely did not believe that Yi Xing could threaten him. If Yi Xing really had such ability, why would he need to flee from the beginning? The Fire Cloud sect leader did a simple recuperation outside the stone hut. Before he recovered to his peak state, he confidently entered the stone hut. Inside, Yi Xing stopped his meditation and stood up the moment the Fire Cloud sect leader entered the stone hut. The moment the Fire Cloud sect leader entered the stone hut, he was alarmed by the extremely cold and rich aura in the room. The array formation outside the mountain valley had a scorching aura, while the aura inside the stone hut was extremely cold. The contrast between the two was like ice and fire. At that moment, it was the best opportunity for Yi Xing to sneak up on the Fire Cloud sect leader. If Yi Xing had not obtained the opportunity in the stone hut, he would definitely have sneaked up on the Fire Cloud sect leader. However, the present Yi Xing was confident in his victory. He did not think it was beneath him to sneak up on the Fire Cloud sect leader. Instead, he said nonchalantly, "Fire Cloud sect leader, I've been waiting a long time for you." As a superior, the Fire Cloud sect master was surprised by the rich aura in the room, but it was not enough to make him panic. Immediately, he circulated his astral powers, forming a barrier that isolated the aura. At the same time, 2 array flags appeared beside Fire Cloud sect master, one on the left and one on the right. They dispersed the surrounding aura as they shot their gazes at Yi Xing. The room was dark, but it did not cover a large area. Although Fire Cloud sect master could see things vaguely, he could still see the entire stone chamber. Fire Cloud sect master's gaze was locked onto Yi Xing, but he was sizing up the other figures in the room with his peripheral vision. He was also surprised by the coffin in the room. So this is a burial ground. Someone wanted to become a corpse Dao martial artist after death. No wonder there was an illusion formation outside to prevent others from discovering it. Fire Cloud sect leader thought to himself. Normal martial artists would recultivate their inner energy, while corpse Dao martial artists would recultivate their physical bodies. No matter how high one's cultivation was or how profound one's astral energy was, after becoming a corpse path martial artist, they would have to start all over again. Therefore, although Fire Cloud sect leader was astonished, he thought nothing of the dead person in the coffin. Fire Cloud sect leader looked coldly at Yi Xing and said coldly, "Have you been waiting for me for a long time? Are you in a hurry to die?" Yi Xing shook his head and said, "No. I'm waiting for you to send yourself to your death. This is an excellent land with excellent feng shui. If you die here, you might be able to continue living as a corpse path martial artist in the future." Ha 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 ha. Fire Cloud sect leader roared with laughter. Although he had a look of contempt, his eyes were sharp. He carefully sized up Yi Xing, hoping to figure out Yi Xing's background. He said, "A mere 2-star perfected one dares to show off in front of me, Fire Cloud sect leader." Before Fire Cloud sect leader could finish his sentence, his voice came to a halt as he revealed a look of surprise. At that moment, Yi Xing's cultivation level had exploded as his aura leaked out. He was clearly not a 2-star perfected one, but a 3-star perfected one. Fire Cloud sect leader wore a look of surprise as his tone changed. "In such a short period of time, your cultivation level has broken through a realm. You obtained corpse jade here?" Some warriors who wanted to become corpse path martial artists would collect corpse jade while they were alive in order to quickly raise their cultivation level after becoming a corpse path martial artist. They would then place it in burial grounds and absorb it after becoming a corpse path martial artist. This was very common. Fire Cloud sect leader immediately guessed that Yi Xing had broken through in such a short period of time. Yi Xing must have obtained high-quality corpse jade here. With the help of the corpse jade, he had broken through a realm in a short period of time. Yi Xing nodded and said, "That's right. There is indeed quite a number of corpse jade here. Furthermore, there are even better treasures. They can be considered priceless treasures. I have to thank you. If not for you pursuing me, I would not have come here. I would not have obtained such a great opportunity and opportunity. Priceless treasures. Great opportunity, great opportunity." When Fire Cloud sect leader heard these words, his eyes immediately turned red. He felt extremely depressed. Fire Cloud sect leader was at the 7-star yellow life realm, but all his achievements were at the limits of the heavenly fate realm. Many people at the same realm as him were at the 6-star yellow life realm. Many warriors at the same heavenly fate realm as him had become 8-star perfected ones or even 9-star perfected ones. The reason why Fire Cloud sect leader did not break through the limits of the heavenly fate realm was that he did not have any good opportunities in his life. Although he often went to perilous lands for training and experienced many dangers, any great opportunities seemed to have nothing to do with him. Now, after pursuing Yi Xing all this while, it was Yi Xing who had obtained a great opportunity and opportunity. How could Fire Cloud sect leader not be envious? It was a heavy blow to him. He felt as though he had been abandoned by the heavens. Luck had never been on his side. That's not right. Fire Cloud sect leader suddenly had a thought as a new idea appeared in his mind. This punk is already doomed. If I were to kill him, wouldn't the great opportunity he obtained become mine? From the looks of it, the light from Providence shone on me late. I'm considered a late bloomer. Only when I'm nearly 100 years old did I receive the first great opportunity of my life. However, all late bloomers are able to transcend the limitations of the golden cultivation period. In their later years, they can open up another golden cultivation period, allowing their cultivation level to increase by leaps and bounds. If that's the case, I still have a high chance of obtaining this great opportunity in the future. In the future, I might become an 8-star or 9-star perfected one. I might even become a half-step supremacy and lead the Fire Cloud sect to become the strongest faction in the true mystic region. When Fire Cloud sect leader thought of the great opportunity he could not help but fantasize about the future. His mood immediately changed and he was overjoyed. Fire Cloud sect leader let out a cold laugh and said, "So what if you obtain the opportunity? Once you die, it will still be mine." With a burst of laughter, killing intent erupted. Fire Cloud sect leader released a terrifying might that pressed down on Yi Xing. Is that so? Yi Xing's expression remained unchanged. He thought nothing of Fire Cloud sect leader's terrifying might. Immediately, the crimson flame suit appeared and enveloped him tightly. Black skeleton helmet, black skeleton gloves, black skeleton battle armor and black skeleton battle boots. In this dim stone room, it looked like a ferocious demon with sharp teeth. Even though Fire Cloud sect leader was a 7-star perfected being, he could not help but be alarmed. Following that, his eyes lit up as he bellowed, "Supreme Grade Spirit Artifact Set?" Supreme Grade Spirit Artifacts were extremely precious. Even as a perfected being, Fire Cloud sect leader only possessed one supreme-grade spirit artifact. Among spirit artifacts were the most common. There were very few other spirit artifacts. It was extremely difficult to form a set, especially a supreme-grade spirit artifact set. There were far fewer of them than mystic armaments. A supreme-grade spirit artifact set was worth more than an inferior-grade mystic armament. And inferior-grade mystic armaments were probably only owned by supremacies. To a perfected being at the astral stellar realm, they were priceless treasures that could only be chanced upon by luck. The priceless treasure Yi Xing mentioned was clearly the supreme-grade spirit artifact set. Fire Cloud sect leader exclaimed in admiration, not bad at all. A supreme-grade spirit artifact set is rare in the world. It's indeed a priceless treasure. If I had such a set, I would be able to match a 9-star perfected being even without the use of array formations. If I had such a set, my defense would be invincible. Together with a 3rd-grade array formation at the phenomenal success stage, I would be able to wipe out a 9-star perfected being. From Fire Cloud sect leader's point of view, the supreme-grade spirit artifact set was already an item that belonged to him. Although the supreme-grade spirit artifact set was powerful, Yi Xing was only a 3-star perfected being. From Fire Cloud sect leader's point of view, Yi Xing was unable to produce the full might of the supreme-grade spirit artifact set. As for him, he was not only a 7-star perfected being, he was also a 3rd-grade array formation grandmaster. In a head-on battle, he could even kill an 8-star perfected being with his array formations. He could even match a 9-star perfected being. On the True Mystic Region's Heavenly Mystic roll, Fire Cloud sect leader was ranked 5th. He was ranked even higher than Wu Yu, who was at the 8th stage of the Astral Stellar Realm. This was because he was a 3rd-grade array formation grandmaster. As Fire Cloud sect leader spoke, he stretched out his palm. Astral stars condensed into a flaming hand that grabbed at Yi Xing. Yi Xing had already placed 108 middle-grade astral crystals in his Crimson Flame set. His strength was comparable to that of a 9-star perfected being, so he gently flicked his hand at Fire Cloud sect leader's strike. Bang! Like swatting a mosquito to death, Yi Xing's palm shattered the flaming hand with a single stroke. Under the skull helmet, Yi Xing's voice sounded, "Is this perfected being 7 stars attack? It can't even withstand a single blow." Fire Cloud sect leader revealed a look of shock as he exclaimed, "You are only a 3-star perfected being. How can you produce the full might of a supreme-grade spirit artifact set? That's impossible." Fire Cloud sect leader was knowledgeable, so he naturally knew that be it a superior-grade spirit artifact set or a supreme-grade spirit artifact set, they were no different from a single spirit artifact. The only difference was that a spirit artifact set's defense was astounding. Furthermore, it increased one's combat strength. With a spirit artifact set, it was easy for one to wipe out those of the same level and challenge those of a higher level. However, no matter how much one challenged those of a higher level, there was a limit. The might of a supreme-grade spirit artifact set was terrifying, but only a high-level astral stellar realm cultivator could fully produce its full might. "Are you very surprised?" Yi Xing said coldly as he punched out at Fire Cloud sect leader. This punch's might shook the heavens. The stone chamber wasn't large to begin with, so the air was compressed by the fist's force, producing an explosive sound. It was a horrifying sight. Fire Cloud sect leader immediately activated 2 array flags, transforming them into a flaming shield that blocked in front of him. Yi Xing's fist struck the flaming shield, producing another explosive sound. Immediately, several cracks appeared on the flaming shield. Fire Cloud sect leader was appalled as he suddenly recalled something. He bellowed, "This is the Crimson Flame set?" Chapter 448. Fire Cloud sect leader recalled an expert who dominated dozens of domains 100 years ago, Supremacy Crimson Flame. Supremacy Crimson Flame was not an astral-reaching realm supremacy. He was only a half-step supremacy, but his fame was even greater than some 1-star supremacies. Supremacy Crimson Flame had a supreme-grade spiritual artifact set named Crimson Flame Set. The Crimson Flame Set was different from the rest. It did not depend on the user's cultivation level. Instead, it was powered by mid-grade astral energy. As long as there was enough mid-grade astral energy, the Crimson Flame Set could erupt with the strength of an Exalted. At most, it could wipe out Exalted 9 stars. It had an absolute defense that even Exalted 9 stars could not break through. In addition to Exalted 9 stars' offensive power, few people of the same level could withstand it. Of course, it could wipe out Exalted 9 stars. More than 100 years ago, the Scarlet Flame Reverend's fame had been at its peak, and all the major forces in the surrounding 10 or so regions knew of his existence. Even a 2-star empire had to treat the Scarlet Flame Reverend with respect, not daring to underestimate him. However, more than 100 years ago, Supremacy Crimson Flame had a blood feud with the Azure Dragon Empire's Dragon Royal family. He killed 2 of their supremacies and was later heavily injured by the Azure Dragon Empire's Emperor, Supremacy Xingyu. His whereabouts were unknown ever since. Along with Supremacy Crimson Flame's disappearance was his Crimson Flame Set. Time flew and more than 100 years had passed. To this day and age, apart from a few old antiques, very few warriors knew of Supremacy Crimson Flame and his Crimson Flame Set. Fire Cloud's sect leader was not even 100 years old. When Supremacy Crimson Flame disappeared, he was not even born yet. However, his status was special. He was the sect leader of a sect, so he was naturally knowledgeable. As a sect leader, he was familiar with the powerful factions in the vicinity of the true mystic region. Fire Cloud's sect leader naturally knew of Supremacy Crimson Flame. He also knew that Supremacy Crimson Flame had a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, the Crimson Flame Set. The supreme-grade spiritual artifact that Yi Xing had obtained was actually the Crimson Flame Set used by Supremacy Crimson Flame. This left Fire Cloud's sect leader astounded. Fire Cloud's sect leader's expression turned grim. He no longer dared to underestimate Yi Xing. The Crimson Flame Set's might could be unleashed. It was even more terrifying than him using array flags. That's right, this is the Scarlet Flame Venerable Scarlet Flame Set. It was placed on the table at the end of the stone room. Unfortunately, I came in a step before you and obtained it. Yi Xing's cheerful laughter came from the flame set. As he spoke, his attacks did not stop. Yi Xing used Flaming Astral Fist as his fists rained down on the Fire Cloud sect leader. Although the Flaming Aura Fist was only an upper-tier spiritual martial art, and Yi Xing had only trained it to the great success stage. Compared to the exalted person, regardless of the level of his martial arts or his martial arts attainment, they were all inferior. However, the power contained within the Crimson Flame set was too terrifying. The power of Yi Xing's punches did not lie in the precision of the moves, but in the fact that each and every one of them contained a world-shaking attack. Bang 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 bang, the defensive power of the flame shield was extremely strong, but under Yi Xing's relentless punches, cracks began to appear on its surface. The Fire Cloud sect master had used array flags to set up a third-level phenomenal success defensive array formation, but it was unable to withstand Yi Xing's attack. Kill. If he continued defending, Yi Xing would only need a few punches to completely shatter the flame shield. The Fire Cloud sect leader bellowed as he threw out a few array flags once again. Another third-level phenomenal success array formation was formed. This time, it was a killing array, Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array. Boom! Boom! 2 gigantic fire serpents rushed out in an instant. The scales on these 2 fire serpents were vivid and lifelike. They looked extremely real. And the more realistic an attack was, the more terrifying it was. The 2 fire snakes were extremely powerful compared to the exalted person. Even an 8-star exalted person would have to retreat in front of them. Even a 9-star exalted person might not be able to withstand them. The moment the offensive array formation appeared, the situation immediately changed. The 2 fire snakes suddenly charged out, catching Yi Xing by surprise. Although the Crimson Flame set was powerful, Yi Xing was only a perfected 3-star. His combat awareness and martial arts attainment were still inferior to the exalted person's. Yixing blocked the attack of one fire snake, but the other fire snake's head slammed into his chest. Immediately, his body was sent flying backwards. Bang! The coffin in the middle of the stone chamber was sent flying by the impact. The force of the collision was terrifying. The coffin shattered as the corpses inside rolled out. At that moment, Yixing couldn't care less. Just as he steadied himself, the two fire snakes charged at him from both sides. Yixing activated his superbrain to scan the area. The two fire snakes' attack trajectories were captured by Yixing and understood. Using the flaming astral fist's basic fist stance, Yixing punched out twice, hitting the two fire snakes in the head. The two fire snakes immediately came to a halt. Two shockwaves that could be seen with the naked eye followed the two fire snakes' bodies from front to back. When the shockwaves from the fire snakes reached the array flags, the Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch's body trembled as he immediately took a step back. His eyes revealed a look of horror. At that moment, Yixing's strength was unbelievably powerful. Kill! Kill! Yixing and the Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch shouted at the same time. The stone chamber was cramped, so it was like they were facing each other on a narrow path. It was a battle of courage. Both of them had an indomitable spirit as they unleashed their strength to their limits. The Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch circulated his astral stellar energy at full force as he powered the array flags. It caused the two fire snakes' auras to become stronger and more violent as they attacked Yixing ferociously. Yixing was dressed in his crimson flame suit. His body was like a metal tower, immovable like a mountain. He waved his iron fists, and regardless of how fast the two fire snakes attacked or how tricky their angles were, Yixing knew their attack trajectories very well. He easily struck the two fire snakes in the head, sending them flying back. Phew! A beam of starlight shot up into the sky, forming a gigantic flaming star. Yixing had used his astrology, causing the surging fiery stellar forces to descend and fuse with his crimson flame suit, making his attacks even more powerful. Finally, Yixing came out on top. He sent the two fire snakes retreating as they flew left and right. Boom! When the battle between Yixing and the two fire snakes reached its climax, the entire stone hut was blasted apart, leaving the ground in a mess. The stone hut was reinforced by an array formation, so the duo's attacks did not destroy it in the beginning. However, it was unable to withstand the continuous and terrifying collisions. Yixing took a large stride forward as he punched out. Every punch had the might to shatter mountains. The two fire snakes splattered fire scales under his punches as their auras turned sluggish. The Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch was horrified. His expression was one of shock and horror. Clearly, he never expected such an outcome. He had pursued Qin Yun all the way here, but he had allowed Qin Yun to obtain a huge opportunity. Qin Yun's strength had reached a level that was even more terrifying than his. Begone! Yixing roared as he punched out again. This punch contained the most potent fiery stellar forces. The three worldly forces that had gone far beyond the realm of minute's subtlety were fused into the punch. It was astounding in might. Boom! Finally, one of the fire snakes was blasted apart by Yixing's punch as flames shot out in every direction. The array flags cracked as the Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He retreated several steps back. The array formation had been blasted apart, causing the other fire snake to dissipate. The Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch suffered an immense recoil and was already injured. A pair of flaming wings appeared on the Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch's body. Yixing had the crimson flame set, so he was no match for him. All he could do was dodge and flee. However, when the Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch flew up tens of meters into the sky, he was affected by the trapping array. A translucent barrier of light suddenly appeared and blocked him. The Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch slammed into the translucent barrier of light and was sent flying back. The Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch had deliberately left behind the trapping array to prevent Yixing from escaping. He wanted to make it impossible for Yi Xing to escape. But now, the Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch was unable to escape. The illusory and killing arrays have been destroyed, but the trapping array remains. Ha! Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch, you were planning on trapping me with the trapping array so that you could catch a turtle in a jar. Unfortunately, you are the turtle in the jar. You have dug your own grave. Yi Xing roared with laughter. Seeing that the illusory and killing arrays were gone, leaving only the trapping array, how could Yi Xing not know what the Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch was thinking? The Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch's eyes revealed a look of despair. He never expected that his pursuit of a 2-star perfected one for a few days would result in such a situation. Ultimately, he was the one facing death. How could the Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch accept this? He was the sect master of a sect, Venerable 7-star, and a 3rd-level array grandmaster. Any one of these titles was a resounding existence in the true mystic region. Especially on the true mystic region's heavenly mystic roll, the Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch was ranked 5th. Countless warriors in the true mystic region looked up to him. However, today, he was in a particular spot in the Skycorp's mountain range, a place unknown to the other warriors or places they had never been to. He was facing death. If he were to perish here, who would know who had killed him? Who would know that he, Yun Void Flame, had died here? Up to this point, the Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch did not even know Yi Xing's name. Die. Yi Xing's cold voice sounded from beneath the black skull helmet. Yi Xing took a step forward and clenched his scarlet flame glove into a fist. He blasted out a terrifying flaming fist beam that headed straight for the Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch. The Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch activated his defensive array once again. The damaged flaming shield stood in front of Yi Xing. Boom. The flaming shield was completely blasted apart as Yi Xing leaped up and punched down at the Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch. The Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch had a look of despair as his body burned with flames. He directly ignited his astral stars to withstand Yi Xing's punch. However, without the array formation's powers, the Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch's strength was only at the pinnacle among Venerable 7 stars. He was incomparable to Invenerable 8-star, much less Yi Xing's Scarlet Flame set that produced the combat strength of a Venerable 9-star. Bang! The Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch's arm exploded. Before his astral stars could fully ignite, Yi Xing's fist had already struck his head, causing it to explode. The Fire Cloud Sect Patriarch was dead. Chapter 449. With the crimson flame set hidden in his body, Yi Xing's breathing quickened. Although the crimson flame set was powered by mid-grade astral crystals and had strength equivalent to exalted 9 stars, using this strength in battle still required Yi Xing's strength. This was akin to an ordinary person obtaining an extremely powerful weapon. With this weapon, he could kill someone much stronger than him. However, this did not mean that he did not need to expend his strength. At the very least, using this weapon to attack others would expend his strength. If the weapon was very heavy, he would also feel exhausted after killing his opponent. The Crimson Flame set was like a heavy and powerful weapon. Yi Xing could even kill exalted 9 stars when using it in battle, but he would also expend a great deal of his strength in a battle. As Yi Xing hurriedly took a deep breath, he used his black hole astrological form to devour Fire Cloud Sect Master's Fire of Destiny. Fire Cloud Sect Master had a 7-star yellow fate. It was 1 star higher than his son, Yun Tianhao. The higher the heavenly fate, the smoother one's cultivation would be. It would be easier to break through the barriers of one's cultivation realm. Yi Xing naturally did not mind having a higher heavenly fate. After a while, the Fire of Destiny in Fire Cloud Sect Master's mind dissipated. As for Yi Xing's mind, the Fire of Destiny went from 6 to 7. Yi Xing's heavenly fate had reached a 7-star yellow fate. A 7-star yellow fate meant that one was destined to cultivate to the 7th level of the astral constellation realm. Such a heavenly fate was very rare in the entire true mystic region. Among warriors of the same generation, there were typically only 1 or 2 of them. Yixing took off Fire Cloud Sect Master's storage ring and produced a blob of astral fire. He burned Fire Cloud Sect Master's corpse and quickly reduced it to ashes. Yixing observed his surroundings. The valley was in a mess. The stone house had been reduced to ruins and the coffin had been reduced to fragments. Tianfan's corpse had been buried by the collapsed rubble. There were several cracks on the ground, all caused by the collision between Yixing and the two fire snakes. One of the large cracks divided the ruins of the stone house into two halves. Yixing could clearly sense that the yin qi here had dissipated and returned to normal. It seemed that the battle just now had destroyed the mouth of the spring here. From now on, this place would no longer be a good place for the dead. Who knew how long Tianfan, who was buried under the rubble, would have to wait before he could become a corpse Dao cultivator? Yixing only thought about it casually and ignored it. Yixing sat down on a rock and studied Fire Cloud Sect Master's storage ring. Superior-grade storage rings were typically only owned by supremacies. As the sect master of a superior one-star sect, the Fire Cloud Sect Master still used a medial-grade storage ring. However, when Yixing wiped away the Fire Cloud Sect Master's astral mark and probed the interior of the ring, he was alarmed. He saw that there were more than 10 medial-grade storage rings in the medial-grade storage ring, as well as a large number of inferior-grade storage rings. With so many medial-grade storage rings, it's unlikely that they were given to him by others. They were probably obtained after he killed others. Yixing thought to himself. For example, he had obtained Fire Cloud Sect Master's storage ring after killing him. Yixing took out all the storage rings and checked them one by one. He discovered that Fire Cloud Sect Master's wealth was in no way inferior to his. In terms of astral crystals, Yixing naturally had more. Yixing only found more than 100,000 medial-grade astral crystals and more than 1,000,000 inferior-grade astral crystals in the storage ring. However, there were many other treasures in Fire Cloud Sect Master's storage ring. There were large numbers of pills, various ores and array formation materials. They were all piled up in a large space. Most importantly, there were a few martial arts manuals that were superior-grade spirit martial arts. Superior-grade spirit martial arts were extremely valuable. They were not of much use to Yixing, but the meteor sect's future discoveries could not be lacking in martial arts. The items in the storage ring were most useful to Yixing. They were all array formation materials. Yixing's array formation skills had improved very quickly, but he was lacking in array formation materials. Oh, there's also a mask. Yixing found a human-skinned mask in an inferior-grade storage ring. The mask that exalted Wu Yu gave me can no longer be used because I offended Long Shao. However, this can be used. If I were to show my true face to others, I would only dare use my trump card when I encounter danger. If I wear the mask, no one will know who I am. I can then use the Crimson Flame set at any time. I can even use the Black Hole Astrology or Sagittarius Constellation Astrology. Yixing put the human-skinned mask on himself. After leaving this place, he would wear this mask and continue to search for corpse jades in the Sky Corpse mountain range. Wearing the Crimson Flame set to search for corpse jades, he could even kill high-level astral realm corpse martial artists. In the area where superior-grade spirit jade was produced, there were no corpse venerables. Yixing was basically invincible. As long as he found a spirit jade, he could snatch it from the corpse martial artists. Yixing sorted out the items in the storage ring and put all the storage rings into his middle-grade storage ring. Then, Yixing continued to comprehend the array formation knowledge in his mind. A trap formation was not something that one could walk out of just by seeing the formation. Only by becoming a level 3 array grandmaster could one leave a level 3 trap formation. Yixing had enough formation materials on him. While he was comprehending the formation, he was also using the formation materials to set up a small formation and conduct experiments. Practice and theory verified each other. This allowed Yixing to comprehend the array formation much faster. Day by day, time passed. Yixing did not know that the Yin Gathering Twin Springs was a very balanced feng shui treasure land. When his lower Een spring was destroyed, the upper Een spring where the Scarlet Flame Venerable was buried was also destroyed. The Scarlet Flame Venerable had used the powerful Een Chi in the Een gathering twin springs to set up the array formation. Now that the upper Een spring was destroyed, the array formation outside the Scarlet Flame Venerable's burial ground naturally had some flaws. At least, the illusion array that enveloped the burial ground no longer looked real. Even a level 3 array grandmaster could see the problem at a glance. Although the Scarlet Flame Venerable's burial ground was 100,000 miles away from the lower Een spring, it still belonged to the periphery of the Sky Corpse mountain range. Martial artists who entered the Sky Corpse mountain range all hurried to the depths of the mountain range. No one would search for corpse jades in the periphery. Therefore, only some martial artists who happened to pass by the Scarlet Flame Venerable's burial ground would pass by. This probability was very low. Even if there was a problem with the array formation, no one would know since no martial artist saw it. Nearly a month later, a group of martial artists happened to pass by this place. Just like Skyblaze's burial ground, the illusion array outside the Scarlet Flame Venerable's burial ground also manifested a flaming mountain peak. In the past, this flaming mountain peak was very real. However, it now looked somewhat illusory and indistinct. The group of martial artists who passed by immediately discovered the problem. There were a total of 3 people in this group. One was a 5-star venerable and the other 2 were 3-star venerable. One of the 3-star venerable was the first to discover the problem and pointed out that the flaming mountain peak was not real. The 3 of them arrived outside the flaming mountain peak. The 5-star venerable observed for a while and said, "This flaming mountain peak is fake. This is an illusion array. The illusory flaming mountain peak is blocking everything inside." One of the 3-star venerables said, "An illusion array? Who would set up an illusion array in the Sky Corpse mountain range?" The other 3-star venerable said, "Usually, there is only one possibility. A martial artist who wants to become a Corpse Dao martial artist would bury himself in the Sky Corpse mountain range and set up an illusion array outside the burial ground when he was alive, so that other martial artists would not be able to discover it." The 3-star venerable was surprised and said, "Are you saying that this illusion array is a martial artist's burial ground?" The 3-star venerable nodded and said, "That's right. In order to quickly increase their cultivation after becoming a Corpse Dao martial artists would usually collect corpse jades when they were alive and place them in the burial ground. After becoming a Corpse Dao martial artist, they could directly absorb the corpse jades to cultivate. It seems like there should be corpse jades in this burial ground." The 5-star venerable at the front laughed and said, "We entered the Sky Corpse mountain range for ordinary corpse jades. If there are corpse jades here, why bother going elsewhere? I wonder if the martial artists in the burial ground collected a lot of corpse jades when they were alive. I will go take a look." After saying that, the 5-star venerable rushed toward the flaming mountain peak ahead. It was just an illusion array, so he did not pay much attention to it. The 5-star venerable directly passed through the flaming mountain peak. This flaming mountain peak was indeed illusory. However, after a few breaths, a mournful scream was heard from inside. Then, there was no more movement. The expressions of the 2 3-star venerables outside changed drastically. The scream had been made by the 5-star venerable who had just entered. Judging by the miserable sound, it was obvious that he had met with a mishap. A 5-star venerable had died in an instant. Was this merely an illusion array? The 2 3-star venerables retreated continuously. They were looking at the flaming mountain peak with reverence. "Senior Brother D. Senior Brother D." The 2 3-star venerables shouted loudly toward the illusion array, but no sound came out. The 2 of them looked at each other and sensed the fear in each other's eyes. They did not stay and quickly left this place to return to Wu City. Soon, a piece of news spread. In the periphery of the Sky Corpse mountain range, less than 2 days' journey from Wu City, a martial artist's burial ground had appeared. It was enveloped by an extremely high-level illusion array. It was common knowledge that martial artists would collect corpse jades when they were alive and place them in the burial ground. They would be absorbed when they became a Corpse Dao martial artist. Therefore, a martial artist's burial ground would most likely have corpse jades, and there would be a lot of them. Furthermore, martial artists could also place their lifetime's harvest in the burial ground and bury it with them. An expert's burial ground could be considered a treasure trove. Therefore, a large number of martial artists headed toward the location of the burial ground according to the news. One after another, people died in the array formation. It was not until a level 3 array grandmaster heard the news and rushed over that he saw some clues from the broken array formation. There were not only illusion arrays in the burial ground, but also killing arrays and trapping arrays. Moreover, they were all level 3 array grandmasters. A martial artist who could set up a level 3 array grandmaster to protect his burial ground must have been a level 3 array grandmaster when he was alive. He must have been an expert with a rich collection. The martial artists guessed that there must be a large number of treasures in the burial ground. When the news spread, even the experts of the Blue Dragon Empire and the Green Feather Empire were attracted and headed to the burial ground, begging for one monthly vote. Chapter 450. A large number of experts had gathered outside the Red Flame Venerable's burial ground. More than half of them were Astral Realm Masters, and most of them were from the Blue Dragon Empire and the Green Feather Empire. Since the two empires had intervened, the burial ground naturally belonged to the other martial artists. However, there were still some martial artists gathered here, hoping that they could get some soup after the experts from the two empires broke the formation and entered the burial ground. Both the Blue Dragon Empire and the Green Feather Empire had sent third-level array grandmasters, but the array that the Red Flame Venerable had set up in his own burial ground was much more than the array that he had set up in his son's burial ground. Layer after layer of third-level large success array grandmasters were endless. Even if they were third-level array grandmasters, they would still find it troublesome. The Red Flame Venerable's burial grounds formation was stronger than any of the top 1-star sects. It was harder to enter his burial ground than to fight a top 1-star sect. The array formation was so powerful, anyone could guess that the person buried inside must be an incredible powerhouse. However, it was not a level 4 formation, so the expert inside was unlikely to be a venerable. At most, it should be a half-step venerable or a 9-star venerable. Venerables and level 4 array grandmasters were extremely rare in the two empires. They were not interested in a burial ground protected by a level 3 greater completion formation. Therefore, the experts from the two empires were all venerables and level 3 array grandmasters. There were about 20 experts from each empire. Half of them were venerables, and the other half were mid-level perfected persons. Moreover, each side had 2 level 3 array grandmasters and several level 3 array grandmasters. Both sides worked together, but the progress in breaking the formation of the Red Flame burial ground was very slow. Therefore, after a discussion, the experts from the two empires invited other array grandmasters to help. They promised that they would be rewarded according to their contributions after breaking the formation. Among the martial artists gathered here, there were a few array grandmasters. One of them was a level 3 array grandmaster from the Tiangang sect of the True Xian domain. He was Master Yanggu, who was ranked first on the Heavenly Xian list of the True Xian domain. Master Yanggu was a level 9 Astral Realm Master and the Grand Elder of the Tiangang sect. He was the sect master of the Tiangang sect when he was young. The Heavenly Dipper sect was located in the northern part of the True Xian domain and was relatively close to the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. They were the first to know about this place. As a level 3 array grandmaster, Master Yanggu naturally came to investigate. But unexpectedly, once the Blue Dragon Empire and the Green Feather Empire interfered, even if he was the number 1 on the True Xian region's Heavenly Profound list, he had to step aside in front of these two great empires. This time, the two great empires recruited other array masters to break the array. Master Yanggu was the only third great array grandmaster present, other than the two great empires' cultivators, so he was naturally valued. With the addition of 3 array grandmasters and a few level 3 array masters, the situation had changed. However, there were too many array formations in the burial ground. Moreover, there were many layers of killing arrays that were extremely difficult to break. It would take a lot of time to break through all of them. Yixing had stayed at the Yin Spring for nearly 2 months. He had already completely comprehended the array formation knowledge that Venerable Qing Yun had left in his mind and had become a Grade 3 array grandmaster. Furthermore, Venerable Qing Yun's array formation skills were excellent, and Yixing had received all of his teachings. Even among the Grade 3 array grandmasters, he was at the top. After becoming a Grade 3 array grandmaster, Yixing was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he refined an array formation to repair the Fire Cloud sect leader's 2 flaming array flags. These 2 flaming array flags contained the large success stage of a Grade 3 defensive array formation, Flaming Shield Array. As for the Yin Yang Fire Serpent Array's array flags, half of them had been destroyed by Yixing. Although the Fire Cloud sect leader's storage ring had a lot of array formation materials, the number of high Grade 3 array formation materials was the least. This was because too many array flags had been destroyed, and there was not enough material to repair them. After that, Yixing cultivated for a period of time. He cultivated the spiritual level supreme grade meteor fall art to the 4th stage, causing his astral energy to become denser. This way, he could use the Crimson Flame set more easily. After doing all of this, nearly 2 months had passed. Yixing broke through the lower Yin Spring's trapping array and headed for the upper Yin Spring 50,000 kilometers away. Yixing wore a human skin mask and looked like a youth with a sallow complexion. Now that he was not in his original appearance and had many powerful means, he was not even afraid of high-level astral stellar realm cultivators. He boldly used his supreme-grade air transportation spirit artifact, the Azure Cloud Wings. In about half a day, he arrived in the vicinity of the upper Yin Spring. Yixing looked into the distance and saw a large number of warriors gathered outside Supremacy Crimson Flame's burial ground. Furthermore, there were more than 10 array masters who were working hard to crack the array. Yixing kept the Azure Cloud Wings and switched them for the Black Feather Wings. Although he was not afraid of being coveted by others, there was no need for him to flaunt the Azure Cloud Wings in the crowd and deliberately attract people to snatch it. Other than the experts from the 2 empires, the warriors gathered here were mostly mid-stage perfected persons. Yixing was only a 3-star perfected, so he appeared ordinary and did not attract the attention of others. It's Long Shao. Yixing looked at the experts of the Azure Dragon Empire and saw the 9th prince of the Azure Dragon Empire, Long Shao. The Black Widow was still beside Long Shao, and the 2 6-stars perfected persons who followed Long Shao were also there. Furthermore, there were many experts beside Long Shao, exuding a terrifying aura. Yixing used the super brain to scan their cultivation and was surprised. 1 9-star perfected person, 4 8-star perfected person, and 7 7-star perfected person. Are these all the experts of the Azure Dragon Empire? There are actually 12 perfected persons gathered here. Glancing at the array masters who were cracking the array, Yixing thought, 5 level 3 array masters, all of whom are high-level astral stellar realm cultivators. There are also 2 level 3 array masters. Among the 7 perfected persons, there should be people from the Azure Dragon Empire. It seems that they attach great importance to Supremacy Crimson Flame's burial ground. There are actually so many experts here. Yixing looked at the other group of experts and saw the Azure Feather Empire's crown prince, Yu Qinggan. Clearly, these were all experts from the Azure Feather Empire. Using the super brain to scan their cultivation, Yixing found that the Azure Feather Empire's side was no weaker than the Azure Dragon Empire's side. The Azure Dragon Empire and the Azure Feather Empire's relationship wasn't friendly. Competing for an expert's burial ground could only be under the circumstances of equal strength. Therefore, the experts from both sides were similar. If there was a great disparity in strength, the stronger side would definitely expel the weaker side. I want to obtain the item in Supremacy Crimson Flame's burial ground, but with the Azure Dragon Empire and Azure Feather Empire's experts here, things won't be easy. Yixing frowned inwardly. He didn't expect that Supremacy Crimson Flame's burial ground would be discovered by others. If he had known earlier, he would have rushed over as soon as he became a level 3 array master. Yi Xing asked the sage beside him and found out that not all of the array masters were from the two empires. A portion of them had been recruited by the two empires to break the formation. Yi Xing didn't rush to stand out and reveal that he was a level 3 array master. Instead, he used his X-ray vision and his super brain to scan, carefully observing the formation of Supremacy Crimson Flame's burial ground. Immediately, Yi Xing sucked in a breath of cold air. The standard of the formations here was even better than the one at the Qingyan Martial Highness, especially the 9 consecutive formations at the deepest part of the formation, which were connected into a whole. Regardless of which formation was triggered, it would trigger all 9 formations at the same time. Even a half Martial Highness would lose his life instantly when facing the 9 formations. Yi Xing even felt that even a supremacy might not be able to withstand the power of the 9 killing arrays. The power of the 9 killing arrays wasn't as simple as adding the power of the 9 killing arrays together. Instead, it was mutually reinforcing, multiplying the power. With each additional killing formation, the power would double from the previous one. In other words, 2 killing arrays would double the power, 3 killing arrays would quadruple the power, and 4 killing arrays would quadruple the power. 9 killing arrays were equivalent to 512 times the power. A level 3 greater success killing array formed by the formation base could kill a 9 celestial venerable with 512 times the power. Yi Xing was certain that the 9 interlinked arrays could kill a supremacy. Using a level 3 formation to set up a killing array that could kill a supremacy was comparable to a level 4 formation. Supremacy Crimson Flame was also a demon-level genius in the field of array masters. The outer formation may be powerful, but it can still be broken. As for the 9 killing arrays in the innermost area, I'm afraid only a level 4 array master can break them. It doesn't matter how many level 3 array masters there are. Yi Xing thought to himself. Of course, he didn't include himself when he said level 3 array masters. In terms of array masters, he wasn't strong enough to break the 9 interlinked arrays. However, he could use his super brain to scan and see the structure, weaknesses, and flaws of the array masters. In this way, he could break the array masters according to the flaws of the array masters. In terms of speed, he was faster than a level 4 array master in breaking the 9 interlinked arrays. If you understood the structure of an item, it would be much faster to break it. When Yi Xing arrived, the array masters had been breaking the array masters for several days. The outer formation was almost broken and they were about to come into contact with the 9 interlinked arrays. Another day had passed. Finally, the outer formation was about to collapse. The array masters were about to face the 9 interlinked arrays. At this moment, Yi Xing stood out. Yi Xing shouted, "Stop!" His voice attracted the attention of all the martial artists, including the array masters. Yi Xing looked like a sallow young man. He looked sickly and didn't look pleasing to the eye. A level 3 array master from the Tsang Dragon Empire said unhappily after being interrupted by Yi Xing, "Brat, what are you shouting for?" Many experts from the Tsang Dragon Empire looked at him with sharp eyes. Yi Xing said, "You can't break the next 9 interlinked arrays. Don't touch them. You'll die if you touch them. Even venerables can die if they touch these 9 interlinked arrays." The martial artists were stunned. Even venerables could die. The array masters here were only level 3 arrays. How could it be so powerful? The level 3 array master from the Tsang Dragon Empire sneered and said, "Nonsense. What does a sickly person like you know? You're just trying to confuse people." Yi Xing said indifferently, "I'm also a level 3 array master." Yi Xing's domineering path has begun. Brothers and sisters, where are your monthly tickets? Chapter 451. Yi Xing's words caused all the martial artists to be stunned. Then, the level 3 array grandmaster from the Blue Dragon Empire laughed and said disdainfully, "A mere 3-star sage dares to call himself a level 3 array grandmaster? Sickly guy, are you here to be laughed at?" Array Dao was more difficult than martial Dao. It would take a long time to become a level 3 array grandmaster. How could a martial artist who could become an array grandmaster have a bad aptitude? Even if they were not the best, they would not fall behind. Basically, a level 3 array grandmaster's cultivation would be at the high level of the astral realm. The 5 level 3 array grandmasters present were all at the high level of the astral realm. If Yi Xing was a 6-star sage, others would feel a little more convinced if he said he was a level 3 array grandmaster. Although such people were rare, they were not non-existent. However, none of the martial artists present had ever heard of a level 3 array grandmaster in the astral star realm. Therefore, it was not only the level 3 array grandmaster from the Tsang Dragon Empire who thought that Yi Xing was talking nonsense. Regardless of whether it was the Tsang Dragon Empire, the Qingyu Empire, or the warriors from other forces, some people laughed disdainfully. The 9th prince of the Blue Dragon Empire, Long Shao, even scolded coldly, "Where did this lunatic come from? How dare you spout nonsense here? Do you have a death wish?" Yi Xing glanced at Long Shao indifferently. This person was still as annoying as before. Yi Xing had not settled the score with him yet, and now he was talking nonsense again. Of course, this was just Yi Xing's thought. Long Shao did not know that the person in front of him was one of the 2 martial artists he had met 2 months ago in the depths of the Sky Corpse mountain range and was being chased by a Corpse Dao martial artist. Yi Xing did not emphasize his identity as a level 3 array grandmaster. Instead, he activated 2 flaming array flags. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 array flags appeared on Yi Xing's left and right. They spun and turned into a flaming shield, emitting a powerful aura. Everyone present was either an array grandmaster, a sage, or a mid-level sage. None of them were weak. Yi Xing deliberately revealed the aura of the array formation. How could they not see that this was a large success level 3 defensive array formation? Facts spoke louder than words. Yi Xing was indeed a genuine 3rd-grade array grandmaster. This caused all the martial artists present to be startled and shocked. A rank 3 array master at the 3rd stage of the astral realm, this was truly an eye-opener. Among the crowd, only exalted Yang Gu had a look of surprise. However, there was something different about it. He thought to himself, Flaming Shield Astral Array. Fire Cloud Sect Masters Array Formation. Could this perfected 3-star be the Fire Cloud Sect Master in disguise, deliberately suppressing his cultivation level? As a grade 3 array formation grandmaster of the true mystic region, exalted Yang Gu was naturally familiar with the array formations that the Fire Cloud Sect Master was proficient in. Furthermore, the 2 of them had studied array formations before. Exalted Yang Gu was also very familiar with the Fire Cloud Sect Master's 2 flaming array flags. However, exalted Yang Gu denied it in his heart. He doesn't look like the Fire Cloud Sect Master. He doesn't look like him at all. Even his figure is different. This is not something that can be changed by wearing a mask. It's only the array flags and array formation that looks like him, but not the person. Exalted Yang Gu was astonished. This person was not the Fire Cloud Sect Master, but the array formation he used was extremely similar. It was truly strange. Of course, even if exalted Yang Gu felt that the Flaming Shield Astral Array in Yi Xing's hand was identical to the Fire Cloud Sect Master's, he did not have any thoughts that it was related to Yi Xing killing the Fire Cloud Sect Master and snatching his array flags. Yi Xing was only perfected 3-star, while the Fire Cloud Sect Master was exalted 7-star. Furthermore, he was a 3rd-grade array grandmaster, so how could he be killed? It was impossible for exalted Yang Gu to have such thoughts. Facts spoke louder than words. All the warriors were astounded. Most of the warriors who had denied Yi Xing's claims were now sweating with shame. Especially Long Shao, who had mocked Yi Xing, and the Azure Dragon Empire's 3rd-grade array grandmaster. Immediately, their faces turned livid. While they felt embarrassed, they were also infuriated. They looked at Yi Xing with hostility. A 3rd-grade array grandmaster enjoyed an extremely high status in the 72 lower regions of the East Divine Continent. However, in the 36 upper regions 2-star empires, their status was not that outstanding. Any two-star empire would think nothing of a third-grade array grandmaster. Even if Yi Xing was really a third-grade array grandmaster, the experts of the Azure Dragon Empire did not change their attitude towards Yi Xing. Instead, because Ninth Prince Long Xiao had been smacked in the face, they looked at Yi Xing with hostility. Long Xiao coldly snorted and said, "Since you are a third-grade array grandmaster, you should have stood out earlier and helped break the formation. Now that the formation is about to be broken, you jump out and say that you are a third-grade array grandmaster. Are you courting death?" Long Xiao's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. As soon as his voice fell, the experts of the Azure Dragon Empire all took a step towards Yi Xing. Surging auras surged towards Yi Xing. The warriors not far from Yi Xing felt the pressure of the Azure Dragon Empire's experts' auras. They were very unhappy. The Azure Dragon Empire was too overbearing. This person had only stood out and said that he was a third-grade array grandmaster. However, no one believed him. Then, he used his actions to prove the truth. Was he courting death? Of course, there was also a small portion of warriors who did not dare to be angry with the Azure Dragon Empire. Instead, they blamed the displeasure in their hearts on Yi Xing. They felt that Yi Xing had implicated them and caused them to be pressured by the auras of the Azure Dragon Empire's experts. On the other side, among the experts of the Qingyu Empire, Crown Prince Yu Qinggan walked forward and said, "Long, what he said is the truth. Did this offend you? Your narrow-mindedness is too much." Yu Qinggan's mount, the green dragon, followed beside Yu Qinggan, increasing Yu Qinggan's aura. In all aspects, it was stronger than Long Xiao. Although the two of them were core members of their respective teams, the weight of Yu Qinggan's words was much heavier than Long Xiao's. Yu Qinggan derided Long Xiao. His gaze fell on Yi Xing. He cupped his fists and said, "Brother, why did you say that the last 9 formations cannot be touched? It's not a 4th-grade formation. There are several 3rd-grade array grandmasters present. Why can't they break it?" Yi Xing was still very grateful towards Yu Qinggan. He said, "Young Master Yu, these 9 formations are a whole. The 9 formations are linked together. Pulling one will affect the whole. The strength of the formation can be compared to a 4th-grade formation. I've seen such a formation before. A 3rd-grade array grandmaster could not break it. If the formation is triggered, death is certain." When Yi Xing said the 3 words, "Young Master Yu," Yu Qinggan's heart shook fiercely. However, he did not show his emotions on his face. No one could tell. Although Yi Xing was approachable, there were not many people who dared to call him Young Master Yu. When Yi Xing called him Young Master Yu, it naturally made Yu Qinggan think of the 2 people who called him Young Master Yu recently, Yi Xing, Yang Gang. If the 3rd-grade array grandmaster in front of him was really one of the 2, then judging from the voice, it should be Yi Xing. This made Yu Qinggan very shocked in his heart. He and Yi Xing had only parted for 2 months. Not only did Yi Xing go from a 2-star sage to a 3-star sage, he even became a 3rd-grade array grandmaster. What kind of speed was this? No wonder he's a peerless genius personally appointed by that important person. It's truly heaven-defying to the extreme. Yu Qinggan thought to himself, but his expression did not change. Yu Qinggan said, "There's actually a 3rd-grade formation that can be compared to a 4th-grade formation? If a 3rd-grade array grandmaster cannot break it, could it be that we must invite a 4th-grade array grandmaster? Since this brother has seen such a formation, do you have a way to break it?" Yi Xing nodded and said, "Of course I have a way to break the formation. However, after breaking the formation, I want 1/3 of the items in the burial ground." Yi Xing sized up the nearby martial artists with a glance. Only the Azure Dragon Empire and the Azure Feather Empire had the qualifications to compete with him. Although Yi Xing alone could break the formation, logically speaking, all the items after the formation was broken should belong to Yi Xing. However, these martial artists had already gathered here. Yi Xing could not possibly monopolize everything. This would arouse public indignation. Furthermore, they had already broken the outer formation previously. Even if they could not break the innermost 9-array chain and enter the burial ground, there was still hard work even if there was no merit. There was no harm in sharing a share of the loot with them. Most importantly, regardless of whether it was the Azure Dragon Empire or the Azure Feather Empire, they both had a large number of experts. Each side had a venerable 9-star and 2 third-grade array grandmasters. This was the combat strength of a venerable 9-star. Even if Yi Xing had the Crimson Flame suit, he was not easy to deal with. Hence, Yi Xing only took 1/3. This was the greatest concession he made. However, in Yi Xing's view, this was his concession. But in the eyes of the other martial artists, it was like a huge joke. A third-grade array grandmaster with a third-grade astral realm cultivation actually said that he wanted 1/3 of the treasures in the burial ground. This was putting him on the same level as the two teams from the Azure Dragon Empire and the Azure Feather Empire. The teams from the two empires, which side did not have many experts. There were more than 10 upper-grade astral realm cultivators, 2 third-grade array grandmasters on each side, and even more middle-grade Daoist masters. Yi Xing was only a third-grade array grandmaster, and his cultivation was only at the third-grade astral realm. How could he compare to the teams from the two empires? Not to mention the experts from the two empires, even the other martial artists looked at Yi Xing. They felt that Yi Xing's words were simply unbelievable. It was simply impossible to get 1/3 of the treasures from the two empires. However, out of everyone's expectations, the Azure Feather Empire's crown prince, Yu Qinggan, agreed to Yi Xing's proposal. Yu Qinggan said, "All right, the Azure Feather Empire agrees." Yu Qinggan did not say that he agreed, but that the Azure Feather Empire agreed. Clearly, he was representing the entire team. "Your Highness." Immediately, there were experts from the Azure Feather Empire who expressed their protest. In their view, Yi Xing's request was too much. How could they agree? Yu Qinggan simply did not allow them to finish speaking. The moment the experts from the Azure Feather Empire opened their mouths, he raised his palm and swept his gaze over with power. Although Yu Qinggan's cultivation was only at the 4th-grade astral realm, and among the experts from the Azure Feather Empire, his cultivation was at the lowest level. However, none of the experts from the Azure Feather Empire dared to disobey his orders. Under Yu Qinggan's gaze, even the upper-grade astral realm cultivators shut their mouths. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.